back to Curse of Strahd, my dear, wonderful friends. We had some things happen last time, of course, some not great things, as is wont to happen in Barovia. But today, we are joined by Riley playing the miraculous and mysterious menagerie Volk Moonchild, Matt helming the Legion of the Lost, and the Lyrical with Redmond Gill, Astora being the reliable and ever recalcitrant resident good Drow Diana Lothryn, Mia playing the resilient and rapturous rapscallion Rory Fahrun, Habiki playing the eloquent avenger of endemic evils Ireena Myth, and missing today for a wedding, Drewski would usually be playing the dynamic destroyer of darkness and evil Ezmerelda Davenir. So, now that we are all gathered and ready to play, what happened last time?
Pain
and suffering.
Death.
Matt got to play one of the baddies and kills two characters maliciously because he didn't like them.
no regret.
That's exactly what happened.
It was out of spite.
So what happened last session is that we started the restart session. We left off previous one before that. Red, Volk, Ireena, and Rory in a swamp being chased by a hut of chicken's, surrounded by bears, spirits, looking like teddy bears. That's the stuff. With cutlery, sharpening knives, ready for a feast of pieces. Using very good magic, Volk was able to turn Ireena. Sorry, my breath is touched. Not out of breath. Countenance. Turn Ireena into a giant. Ireena into a giant. There was some confusion and a lot of distrust, mainly focusing around how could Red travel so far in such a quick amount of time to be his party. But by the end of that brief discussion, it seemed like maybe that didn't matter, because in Red's side, Rory was forgiven. And despite there being hesitance on Rory, Volk's and Ireena's side, there was this uneasy truce and peace. And they sailed and they flew away, setting down at a ruined village, able to evade the trespass that stalked his roads. After that, we came back to the rest of the party, where we stumbled from a tower. Actually, can someone else go from this point? I counted this is all on today.
It's all good.
No? No one?
No? No one? Alright.
Okay, so
I can take over as well. I will say it wasn't the village, it was the winery. And it was overrun with blights at the time that you guys sat down, so you chose to hide rather than try to deal with them in the middle of the night. At the Wizard's Tower, where the rest of the party had gathered to take up stock of their situations and have a breather before deciding what to do about the werewolves, we had previously fought a blue dragon, which was summoned magically when Celina tried to adjust the mythal that kept the anti-magic field up and running. You had dispatched it, but unfortunately, the massively loud sound that echoed with the summoning of this dragon echoed through the valley, and it was very likely that the hunting party led by Kirill, which was going to return any moment anyway, probably heard that and would be on its way. So the party set about blockading, is that even the right word? Fortifying the tower as best they could against a possible incursion. They had about 2 hours in which to do so, wherein everybody had a short rest. We had some very bad rolls to fortify the massive holes in the sides of the tower. Ireena did some chemistry and made some explosives. And Ezmerelda gathered what she could from her wagon for monster hunting equipment specific to werewolves, mostly just silvered stuff. And then they armed the mongrel folk with some alchemist fires, just in case the werewolves got inside the tower, so they would have some means of defending themselves. they were interrupted on all of these preparations by the arrival of Kirill, who turns out to be a magically imbued werewolf. He stands about 10 feet tall. He has a large aura about him, literally a large token. And he is infected with this magical necrotic smoke, which is innate to him, which makes him very difficult to damage. He also has a magical spear made of coagulated crystallized blood, which allows him to regenerate. And so the fight did not go very well. Celina threw down a fireball, which unfortunately nicked Ezmerelda's wagon and caused another massive explosion, which almost toppled the tower. This took Boulder down low enough that Kirill was able to kill Boulder, which very sad. But Boulder lived a nice long life and died doing what he always loved doing, which is fighting assholes. So the fight... Exactly. The fight raged on. Kirill eventually climbed up into the tower to face the party directly, and you all got a taste of his horrific necrotic smoke in person. He ended up killing more of his people than you guys did, just because he does not care about anybody. You got the sense from talking with him that he is the sort of person that believes absolutely in the rule of the strong, to the exclusion of all else. And seeing that you all were defeated and broken, the last thing he did was he picked up Ireena, saying that Mother Knight certainly wouldn't let his pack be drained, and they're going to need new recruits. So he took Ireena's corpse and jumped out the window and disappeared into the night. And the remaining werewolves burned to death, mostly. Another thing, the stone golems that operated the platform used themselves to sort of shore up the foundations of the tower, so the lift is no longer operable. Not that it was really useful anyway, but the golems are now holding the tower upright. It is not a very sturdy place anymore. So that is what happened last time. We begin not in the tower. We actually are going to begin in the swirling, indefinite mists where the soul of Ilena is currently walking. Now, Ilena, you have been walking for a while, and I would like you to roll a d4 for me to see just how long.
Alright. 4 years.
Alright. So you have been walking for a long time. Outside, it's been about 3 hours. But as far as you can tell, it could be an eternity, it could be a few minutes. There is no sort of definition to this misty place. It is much as I've described for Rory's death. It is an endless sea of fog, and there's no sort of differential for what's up and down, what's back and forward. But you've been learning how to sort of move yourself in this place. You sort of just will yourself to go, and your body walks as far as you can perceive it, but there doesn't seem to be any pushback. It might just be a vestigial thing that your mind is projecting in this place. But as you are moving along, you see figures begin to appear in the mists, fellow people wandering, lost. You can hear some of their voices calling out, but they're all indistinct and distant, as if they're calling out from across a vast distance. And after a time, you begin to hear the fluttering of ravens' wings, and up ahead of you appears a dark, tall figure. It is much taller than you. It is wrapped in layers upon layers of gossamer thread that is transparent, and they undulate in the currents utterly imperceptible to you. You can see under these there are numerous arms and faces. It looks like there's a whole legion of souls inside of this cloaked figure. It is framed with 2 pairs of raven's wings, which extend lazily as if they don't have to worry about gravity in random directions behind this thing. And as it turns to you, you can see under a tattered hood there's a humanoid skull peering out, and in the center of both of its sockets are tiny pinpricks of white light that look almost like stars in a lone night sky. And this thing makes eye contact with you, such as it does. And it speaks. It says, "Ireena Myth, I find you now among the dead. and yet still seeking. Are you not ready to surrender to these mists and be reborn?
I do have unfinished business.
Unfinished business.
Such importance that even death cannot prevent.
And what is this business do you seek to depose the devil Strahd?
Among other things.
There is no way back, classically. Your little group has defied fate, time and time and time again.
That is something that some of us did, yes.
But not you.
Not me.
Time is broken here, Ireena. Not just the domains of dread, but this land itself specifically. Barovia is where the Seldarines split. It is where my mistress in her life tried to mend that divide. In this place, she gathered elves of all their kinds to remember a shared heritage and love, one people under the stars. She was betrayed. The love she had for one and trusted above all others took her divinity at the last moment, stabbing her in the back, leaving her naked, alone to face the wrath of all the gods. That ritual site still stands, and the revival tree that grew in the wake of her death is sick, corrupted as it always is. The marks of resistance are co-opted by the enemy. In the end, it is all they can do, Ireena. The dead do not create new bonds. They only feed off of the vitality of others. And you are vital, Ilena. I can see it. There's a will in you. And there are forces interested in your quest. What would you do to return?
Anything. If it is to end what plagues this land, free those who die because of unjust reasons, I gave my life.
You have already done that.
I can give my soul.
This might work. Would you swear an oath? A new oath?
If it's not unreasonable, I would.
It is an oath of your making. I am only a speaker for the gallows, the dead. But my mistress is watching. She has looked on the domains of dread since their inception. She remembers. And she would see these memories let heal. Too long, the domains of dread have allowed these recollections not to pass, not to be held, and then allowed to move on so that we can heal and grow, but relived ever in the present moment of that torment. My lady, the Raven Queen. It is a corruption of her purpose that this pain and torment are forever relived, then allowed to end and pass away into memory. Swear to her what you will, and we will see if the fingers of fate interwoven into your people will listen.
I swear that by my hand, life, and existence of my soul, I will try to combat what plagues this domain of dread. I will try to stop those who make use of others' weaknesses for their own gain, and those who profit off of others. I swear that the evil plaguing Barovia will be stopped once and for all.
Alright. Well, the gallows speaker is unreadable. The skull simply peers at you. And then he looks up suddenly. Then he says, "It would seem your oath, your words are accepted." And then, Ireena, you feel a pulse. And it's not just a pulse like you remember having in your life. This is something more. It's a racing and a pounding. It's, if you can imagine, like the sound of horses' hooves running on a beach. It's just a rolling, thunderous, ever increasing in pace and in energy, and your vision fades as you are filled with this just thunderous, forward-moving, enervating force and just vitality, for lack of a better word. And we'll cut away from there, and we will cut to the campsite outside the Wizard of Wines. Now, Rory and Ireena are having a conversation, huddled together under a tree. Volk, you are nearby, doing your Volk thing, and Redmond, you are currently standing guard. Now, Volk, you feel something similar to what Ilena is feeling. You feel a pulse begin. It's deep at the soles of your feet, but it's increasing in pace and energy, and you just get the urge to move, to do something. You're familiar with cats, so I think zoomies is an adequate description that you would understand.
Yeah.
How do you respond to this zoomies?
Zoomies.
Zoomies? Alright. You're in cat form, I presume.
I don't. No, actually.
Okay.
They had spent all of their wild shapes, so unless we've had our long rest.
Not yet. It is currently beginning.
Okay. They just start pacing, I think.
Alright.
A very ADD type pacing, just like there is no reason to pace, but they are going back and forth, 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 around in circles, just walking.
Alright.
Walking around and around and around.
Is anybody going to say anything about this, or are you going to allow Volk to pace alone?
Volk, are you okay? Fine.
There's an energy. I can't quite place it. I just have to move. Don't worry about it.
What energy?
I'm not sure. It's just there. Continues to walk.
Can you pinpoint it down?
No, it's just there. And he just they just gesture to the air around them. Continue to walk.
Yeah. Volk, as you gesture towards the air, you know that it's not out there. It is something inside of you. And you're filled with that warmth, vital energy. It feels like there's a sun inside of you, inside of your bag in particular. And if you reach for it, do you reach for it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can pull out the emerald, and it is glowing and shining brilliantly as if it's a second sun. And you can feel it coursing through your veins as if this is a second heart that you have that just wants to run, leap, jump, and move.
Kind of filled with energy, kind of shakes himself off, like a dog does when it's wet.
Are you okay? Is it that?
There's some noise downstairs. I gotta close the door.
Are you okay? Is it that? Is it that Jen?
It's filling me with just energy. I feel so alive.
I'm kind of concerned considering how alive you were last time. The disaster. Are you sure you're okay? Can I help?
I'm just gonna keep pacing.
Do you want me to help relieve some of the energy? Maybe I can hold it down for you if you like. I don't know.
No. I think I'm gonna keep it.
That sounds concerning. Do you normally keep the things at home?
It doesn't feel like it's harming me. It's just.
To be honest, right now your pace is really kind of something you sound crazy.
It's like a heartbeat.
Yes.
It's just
Just don't have a heart.
alive.
Well, if you want me to help anyone, let me know, okay? I can just hold it for you if you like, or I can just honestly just help you pace. I don't know. I'm sure Rory about it.
What kind of like. I'm thinking this from like the perspective of somebody with ADD, and like the pacing doesn't help.
No.
Right? It doesn't help. So they sit down and they start just like, they crisscross applesauce and they just like kind of bounce their legs.
All right.
It looks like whatever's going on, whatever you're doing isn't helping. Genuinely, I want to help you. Even though I know we've had a difference in the past, but I just want to help. Let me.
I don't know what's going on.
Tell you what, I've got an idea. How about a break? Yeah? I'll tell you, I've got this trick I do with this magic I learned a while back. And all you have to do is relax, remove any sources of stress.
It doesn't feel like stress, though.
It looks like you're stressed.
It feels good, though.
Yes, but don't explode, you know? I've heard that laugh before.
I suppose it's worth a try.
Right. Source of stress. Remove. So I'm talking. What is Volk wear? That like they use to fight people?
Volk carries a couple of daggers and a quarterstaff.
Okay.
And by a couple of daggers, I mean at this point they have 10 daggers.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
they keep stealing daggers.
Yeah. So anything that is associated with stress is taboo. So I'm talking the daggers, the quarter stuff, the things that you use to harm, or not just harm, but causes some sort of feeling. You have to be devoid of feeling. That's the intention. So if you have use the daggers, quarter staff, gem, any other weapons you may have, and then I'll just put them to the side, and then I'll begin that. That's okay.
Anything you can use to defend yourself.
Did you say that?
I still have magic. I'll be fine.
Yeah, you still have.
He tries to hurt me.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
No, this is out of character to the pigeon that just talked.
Yes.
The meta pigeon.
Yes.
Coo.
So are you going to take up Redmond on this offer?
I think so. Volk is going to stand up again, pace a bit more, then one by one take the daggers out of, like, various different hidden places, like a road, out of everywhere. I think they pile them all at, like, the base of a tree.
Mm-hmm.
They put their daggers, and then their other dagger, and then their other dagger, and then they add this big, like, gnarled staff that they always carry that I never mentioned because
Go ahead.
it's just like this old wooden staff. It's just like, it's basically just like the branch of a tree. So it looks like gnarled, but it's just like, a staff that was literally just pulled off a tree. And then they kind of dig through their.
Do you store the
I just got distracted by
Sorry.
Rory. They dig through their inventory and they pull out like a couple other things and throw them on the ground.
All right.
And they're.
Do you put the emerald? Oh, you hold the emerald in your hands.
And then hesitantly, they like place it down very carefully on top of like the pile of things. Yeah.
I'm gonna
All right.
I'm gonna like grab it on, and because daggers are sharp.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna grab the daggers, we just move more to the side.
Well, as you try to do that, as you approach the weaponry, as soon as the gem touches this pile of items, you are blinded by a flash of light as it suddenly bursts to light with sunlight. And
Oh boy.
yeah, I'm going to need Volk. You need to make a perception check for me real quick. I'm going to say that Rory can't make this perception check because she's too involved with Ireena. Doing things. Doing things.
I think this is important, so I'm going to use my session advantage.
Fair
Hopefully
enough.
I don't get two bad rolls.
All right.
19.
As the emerald flashes this brilliant, bright color, you can see through Redmond for a moment. It's as if he's not even there. As the light flashes, it's like he phases out of existence for a minute and then is back. But you don't have much time to think about this because the emerald is continuing to pulse this light, and it.
Why is it so bright?
I'm going to pick it up again.
As you pick it up, standing up from underneath you, all of your possessions that you have put down melt together, and rising up from under the emerald that you raise is a figure. And it is a construct figure amalgamated from the tree you set these against. And there are daggers and your quarterstaff interwoven into all of this, into this body. And there's this face of whirring bits of natural gears. If you could imagine that one episode of Futurama where Bender gets rebuilt out of wood, it's like that. And then this being looks around for a minute, and then it reaches into the dirt at its feet, and it pulls out this porcelain mask of a face, and it clicks it into place over its whirring mechanical face. And then, Ireena, you now look at the party, and
Hey, thanks. Now I don't have any daggers.
and then we will cut back to the other party. So, at the Wizard's Tower, Ireena is dead. Everything is in shambles. Emil is a mess. Celina is feeling very guilty. And
Sorry.
what would you guys like to do? I should say at the tower currently is Diana and Celina, and then Ezmerelda, who isn't here. Yeah, I guess there's not many players there right now.
It's like half empty stairs.
Yeah.
So, Elena's dad, Kirill was the like the big bad werewolf guy.
Yes.
The leader. Yeah. Hmm.
I will say, Diana, you were involved in the fight, and it was harrowing and it was terrifying, and being
Yeah.
surrounded by all the dark, necrotic, creeping shadows. It brought to mind memories of your childhood in the Underdark, and they were not pleasant. But you have a similar feeling to this rush of vitality, and you can see outside the tower window there is a massive elk which has come to graze at the water's edge.
I didn't tell.
Sorry?
Shut up. Sorry, my God doesn't move with me. I didn't tell you to shut up.
It's okay, I deserve it.
What is it? Is it a big elf or is it a giant elf?
You would say it is a giant elk, and it is odd. Not only because it is very large, but it is clean, and it does not seem fazed by any of the fighting that has gone on so far.
That's quite strange. Has anyone else seen it? Like, male seen it? Or
You are the first person to notice it.
I'll... These things are like, they're like important, right? In law, I think.
That is a
Like, if you
very
get-
good question.
You see a giant elf, it's like, oh yeah, nature's either angry with you or they're like with you and they want to send you something. But anyway, I'm gonna go down and take a look at this elf.
Hmm.
Because I know Ilena had an elf companion that was kind of rotten.
It is portentous. Usually a sign of fortune. But yes, you can certainly descend the tower. As you leave, I'm going to say that, Celina, you probably don't want to be in the tower right now.
Yeah.
So you will come with. Yeah, and so you come to the base of the tower and you move past the still smoldering crater that was left by Ezmerelda's wagon and mechanical horse, and you can come to the lake's edge, and this giant elk regards you placidly.
I'll just say to Celina, do you think this means anything?
Giant eggs. Would I not think so?
It's a very good question. You would know the lore. It's generally a sign of portentous occasions like the birth of a king or a savior. You've heard a story about, it maybe got a little lost in translation, but there was a giant elk that led 3 wise men to the birth of a king one time. You hear some people said it was a star instead, but it was a giant astral elk. But yeah. Other than that, this is the sort of thing that brings. This is the sort of what's the word?
Portent,
Portent. Thank you. This is the sort of portent that brings people from a place of stasis into a new place. It marks in a hero's journey sort of situation, it marks the turn from one act to another.
Do you have anything else to do at the tower? Because I feel like it would be a great active run.
I don't so.
Without any constraint. I actually miss
I don't so anything left to do either.
Celina.
I'll here
I don't
and take
walk.
care of, the crumbling tower, the constructs, and my friend who had to death they always wanted.
Did you know them for?
A week? Oh, they were very good.
We knew Ilena for quite a while, but she was very private. She didn't tell us much about where she was from or what she did before. Yeah. Anyway,
Might not be very nice for you to hear, but don't worry. It's the first of many, but she will be special.
that's not nice to hear, you're right.
Just hold her in, keep her in the mind, the best you can. Because sometimes you don't even realize how important those people are, and then once you realize, you can barely recall the face.
How does Diana take this?
What? I don't know. I mean, wait. What happened to that? He just disappeared from my memory, right?
Didn't disappear from your memory. He
No, sorry, yeah. 2 months
Yeah.
ago, he just disappeared.
before the fight, he just disappeared at some point in the last couple hours.
Okay. Let's just, yeah. I don't want to talk about this much longer.
So, Celina, when you gaze upon this elk and you get this strong urge to ride this elk, perhaps it's the little fox spirit in you, you get the feeling that if you're going to do this, it has to be complete. You have to leave everything behind. You don't have to go naked. But, you don't need anything. Where you're going, you don't need bags.
Oh, it's from me.
You get this vibe as you're looking at it.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
You know what? I have a present for you. I just take my bag with everything in it, including the little endless coffee thing.
What?
Anything you want.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Oh, careful with the acorn. It might be smuggled goods. Don't question it. It's screw 'em up, yeah, it's weird.
Acorn?
Yes.
Okay, I'm quite confused. What exactly are you doing?
I don't know. But I'm doing it anyway.
Okay. Go
Someone
ahead.
give me the water in my pocket while it's fine. And keep it. You can
Yeah.
keep it.
So you watch as Celina strips down to the bare essentials, foxtail poking out from behind, all bushy and ready to go, and that energy you felt pulsing, which caused you to look out to the lake. You feel it sort of thrumming as if it's a rising tempo. And Celina, fixes up her hair, and you can see spectral, almost magically, barely visible. There are fox ears above her head as well. Yes, and Celina climbs on top of this elk, and it makes that truly magical elk sound that they do, that trill that sounds almost like a trumpet, and then it turns and races away with Celina on its back, and you are left there holding the bags more or less. when you notice there's a creeping fog at your feet. It seems to be coming from the lake, and utterly engulfing you.
I'm just gonna start running away from this fog. Fog is a bad news.
All right. You run from the fog. Back to the tower?
Yeah.
All right. Back into the tower you go, and Ezmerelda notices you. And she says, What is going on? What are you running from?"
The mist coming up from the lake. I don't know what's happening with it.
She looks shocked, and she says, They do that when Dark Lords want something from you.
Gosh. Is it inevitable though? Should I just walk in?
She draws her swords, and she said, "We'll find out." But of course, as soon as she says that, the mists do catch up to you, and you are completely surrounded, and your vision goes dark. And then when it comes back up, you're standing in a forest clearing. And in this clearing, there's a mechanical person with a porcelain face. There's Redmond without his helmet on. There's Volk in human form for once. And Rory and Ireena are looking up from where they were canoodling under a tree like teens in a movie theater.
What's...
What?
Dara? How did you get here?
Okay, now we have two mysteries solved.
There was some mists coming from Lake Barrowtop, and now I'm there.
Really? It's good to see you. How are you? Are you okay?
I'm fine. Should I drop the bag that I've been holding in my hand?
Yeah. Bouncing out of one of the side pockets is a small golden acorn.
I'm gonna pick that up and just put it in a photo pouch.
All right. And of course, Ireena is now standing there looking at all of you as well.
Do you know what's on that?
This is a very good question.
I'm gonna say to her, how could you leave us?
What do you mean?
You just left.
It wasn't my choice. I willed to make amends with Rory, and then suddenly I was with them.
Oh. Elena and Boulder's dead, right?
Yeah.
I know Boulder dead and Celina just vanished on the back of a giant cell.
They died. Ilena is dead. This is awful. I wasn't around. I'm so sorry.
Yes. Person named Celina has died. And of the voice is this kind of somewhat monotonous and cryptic voice coming from inside the mask.
Who are
There's
you?
something of familiar. I'm her, if you can say so, or somewhat akin to her.
Who's her? Ilena?
Yes.
Ilena, what happened? I've seen weirder things, but a mechanical body, you look like one of those constructs. What happened?
Well, old Evocation died, and a spirit talked to someone, and a new mission was put before them. That's why I am here.
So you died, and now you're here. Well, it doesn't matter too much. The fact that you're here is enough. It's good to see you. I thought in that brief moment I lost you, and then you were going for a hug.
She will hug back with her new mechanical cold steel and wood body.
That's fine. We call that one anyway.
You're dressed in armor, like
Yeah, I am armor.
Very likely that
Yeah, as you hug Redmond, I'm going to say that in addition to, the new body, as you embrace Redmond, there's lots of scraping sounds because your arms are made of blades. So when you make unarmed attacks, they're going to be a D4 slashing or piercing, your choice.
exciting.
You're welcome.
The Dino will walk over and kind of like poke, like feel the edge of the blade, feel how sharp it is. And I don't mean any offense, but that is a very good incentive not to die in this place if this is what healing happens to you.
I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, the spirit of Ilena is still here, and that's all that matters, right? Why do they say we're going to die? It's not their looks or feelings, but it's their presence in your life.
I suppose it's more of a personal thing. I would want to
Don't
avoid hands.
Don't worry, Diana. I'll make sure you remember.
Well,
You might want to be a bit more
something-
careful with your promises. Doing by cutting past. Sorry. Also,
That,
When I've been
was-
around, sorry, go ahead.
that was something you told to me too, I think.
I was not. You son of a bitch.
cut doing your hair.
I was not there, I don't know. If I was, I would accept it. And there's nothing I can do. I never got that. I'm sorry, but I wasn't able to. Why I do not seek your forgiveness, because I do not need it. I hope that we are fine, since you are back.
Oh. Whereabouts are we?
A wizard of life. Well, it's good to see you guys back. I guess. Seems like this land doesn't want us to be apart, so here we are again. Are we all good, or does anyone want to be?
Leave?
Just asking to be sure, because that's the people want to bring. No? Very good.
Ireena's going to look with an expression of pain towards Diana and nudge Rory in the small of her back.
I think we're all together again.
I know. Not
Also,
we
I
are.
need a
We are all together again. Well done, everyone. I knew it wouldn't be long. It's good that we're finally back to see everyone. Come on, hands all around. Come on. I'm
No,
sure.
I know. Redmond is gonna get a big hug again.
Heck yeah, let's get hands.
And I'm gonna shoot Diana when I do it.
There'll be no. I will.
Not the kind of yeah, fuck you look, the kind of come on. I'm trying.
Come on. Come on.
Come on, you want it.
Group hugs. Come on down.
Group hugs. Do
It's
like a come on. Join the hug.
Dad will go for
Yes.
Hey.
Let's go. And yeah, this is great. We're together again, right?
Mhm.
It's good that everyone's back.
Is anyone particularly hurt?
Well, the emotional pain I was feeling before is now very serious.
You notice that when Diana drops the bag, the whole like midsection is just completely bloodied. She's on 10 points. She is not doing too good.
8 health points for you.
Thank you, Volk.
So, Volk kind of just like, I don't know what healing word looks like for them. I think they just kind of like,
They kind of like
pull.
yeah. That
Yeah,
just
they're
feels
just like, here, just
Well,
reach out.
well, what is it? What is your word? And what is the word you deliver? Is it the bird?
Pain go away.
Shout.
Pain
Eagle.
go away. Pain go away. And then do better.
Never come back another day.
I think it's like, I mean, for Volk, it's always been just like these weird calls out to Mother Wolf, but I think healing word is just feel better.
Get good.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
I think they just they put their hand on their little emblem of the wolf and just like muttered some sort of quiet incantation in the Druidic.
All right.
And some of the Druidic or Sylvan and the wounds kind of close up a little.
All right. You're feeling a little better, Diana.
There is an unknown dog in my house, and it is yapping.
An unknown dog.
There is a dog barking, and it does not sound like one of our dogs. Therefore, it is an unknown dog.
That's weird.
Yeah,
Speaking of dogs are barking, you're pretty freaking tired.
You're tired.
No, you guys are pretty freaking tired.
Oh, okay.
I mean, other than Ilena, who, you are still filled with that pulsing energy. It's beginning to fade. But you feel like you're never gonna, you could go days without sleep.
I feel like
no, I was just being a pigeon. Don't worry about me.
So what was Red gonna say? Sorry.
I'm gonna mess you.
Okay. What were you gonna say, Astor?
I would very much like to rest. It's been a long day. Did Red mention that we fought the dragon?
Yes. What's that? It's incredibly dangerous and terrifying.
Oh, worse than the first time, but yes, now I just want to meditate.
Diana.
No.
I'm kept the shot because I apparently don't know how to talk to you. Always that way. I'm sorry that I was a cunt the most time we've known each other. I'm actually trying to be better. I don't want to manipulate people. I don't want to go to Strahd. I just want to get through this whole shit somehow. And I hope we can do it together somehow. I guess.
I suppose that I can give you one more chance, given that Volk and Ireena seem safe.
Of course they're safe. I would never let them get any harm done to them. Redmond has stuff. Tremendously.
It's a merry trip.
He chased away a house at length.
I think it just copied the fear I was feeling at the time. And yes, that was a long fight.
I'm not going crazy, the other sword is like, don't look at me like that.
I don't doubt what you saw. It's just everything else in this place and very strange and terrifying.
There were walking stuffed bears as well. They had knives.
Neighbors and that. They were singing.
Is this one of the hags from the whip?
I don't think it was one of the hags. I think it was something a little more powerful than that. It was the thing that drove me a little mad. Not that I wasn't already mad.
No.
I think I'm dealing with it a little better now that I've lived with it for a couple days. Or has it been a couple days? I don't know.
One day.
It feels like it's been a month.
Yeah.
Honestly, you just feel like you used to be before you met the others. At least for me. I mean, you were a bit more, what would you say?
Uninhibited?
I think that might be good. You were a bit more cautious, composed when you have
Oh, my dog's wagging his tail. Yes, indeed. I am going to sleep now.
All this is in character.
And Volk just walks off, like, you know, like 5 feet, lies down.
Fitting. So,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what's everybody doing for their long rest?
Then I think it's time to have a nice meal around campfire and talk, and then go to bed.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
We can hand wave.
Yeah, we can hand wave that. You have a meal around the campfire, and it feels warm and homey. You have to keep the campfire small because there are blights about, but you camp far enough away, and you're in a depressed area of the woods. But yeah, for the first time since coming to Barovia, all of you feel at home, for lack of a better term. Some of you are cold and mechanical. Some of you are, reborn with different wings. Some of you are still gravely injured. But yeah, you have a nice evening. It won't really be necessary.
Perfectly fine.
You have a nice evening of bonding.
One more thing, how is the gem?
The gem has calmed back down. There's still that steady thrum, like a second heartbeat, but the energy, what it was trying to get out, has happened. Which you can guess from context clues, probably the Ireena and Diana.
Right. Alright, it goes back in the pack.
Alright? Back in the bag.
Good question, because even though I've played D&D extensively for over a year now, I think it has only come up once. Do you regain half your hit dice rounded up or rounded down on number?
Oh.
No, you gain your full, right?
No, we only
gain
gain
half a hit dice.
Half your spent hit dice, I think it's rounded down.
Is that for
I have Google.
healing, or is this just generally?
That is
This
for
is
general.
just
Generally.
For slow natural healing, you don't get, you don't regain anything automatically on a long rest. You still have to roll hit dice. Hit dice, long rest.
The actual rule doesn't say.
Huh.
I mean, in those cases, it's usually rounded up. Unless
For resources, yeah.
then I guess I have.
Redmond will... Sorry. Dan will go to that. Ask him... How does one sleep?
Sometimes it's hard for me, so I have to learn it all how to do it all again. One thing that helped me is have a one thing for them. You close your eyes, go to a place of joy. It is your happiness. There are all your friends and loved ones. There is the grass that is green as emeralds, skies blue sapphires, and it rolls beyond the horizon. This is a place where you are happy, and it is a place where you are safe. And you are in that place now. And then you sleep.
And then Redmond immediately falls asleep.
Yes.
I will give it a go. I've never really tried sleeping before. Actually meditating is a lot more efficient. I thought that'd be nice, given how exhausted I am.
I hope I am in your good things. You are that in mind.
Oh.
That's not a source, it's just come on, guys.
I think that most of my friends are sat around this campfire right now.
I hope sooner or later.
Alright.
I wouldn't wish Rory on those people. Even if I could bring them back.
But it is a lot. You are doing our best. And you are
Daniel like try leaning up against a tree, you know, like find a rock as a pillow. I don't think she actually has like a sleeping bag or anything.
We have
Never really.
No, definitely not.
No. I have a tent with like mats on it to sit on. But yeah, eventually I actually get some 8 hours of sleep.
Alright.
Just meditating all the time.
So, typically, when elves rest, they enter the meditative stuff that we talked about. And how old is Diana again? She's pretty young, right?
100 and... I get it mixed up. I have two characters like 100. One's 126.
Yeah.
Yeah, 126.
Yeah. So you're still a little young for your rest to move into its next phase. But you've heard rumors that the reverie that you enter into when you meditate gets more intense as you get older. And as you lay down to try out this whole sleeping thing, at first it eludes you. But as you focus on that happy place, thinking back, any good memory, trying to dwell on it, you keep coming back to your dogs, your cave dogs, and how much you love them, and how the simple pleasure it was to teach them things and have them actually get it. Like that moment where it clicks and they finally understand what you're trying to get them to do. Magical. And you can't help but, as you're lying there, a smile creeps across your face. And you enter something of a meditative experience. It's similar but more intense to what you would normally experience. You begin reliving these memories as if you're there again. Only you have some agency over them, and the situations react to you when you're inside of these moments. And it's very strange. You keep moving from one to the other. There isn't much logical progression to them. But eventually you're at that night that your sister went to do her test. I don't remember what it's called now off the top of my head. But she is doing her ceremonial preparations to get ready for the trials, to become a priestess of Lolth. And so she is in her room getting ready for all of this. And you find yourself outside her door on this night. Now you remember what happened way back when you had this conversation with your sister the first time. Up to you how that went. But this time, you get to relive it. So, you're standing in front of your sister's door. What do you do?
I was muted, for fuck's sake. I'll knock gently on the door. Just open it, like crack it open a bit to look inside.
Yeah, she says, is that you, Serena?
Yes.
Well, come on in.
And she'll like meekly open the door, just kind of stand there. Do you think you're ready?
I do not think I am ready. No. I do think I am ready. I do not know if you are ready. You see that your sister has become fully decked out in the regalia. She has her black armor on, and there are bits of mithril chain woven into it, and of course there's just spider silk everywhere. And this whole thing looks almost like it's been tied to her with spider silk, like it can fall off at any moment.
Mia, what's wrong with you now?
No, not that kind of sisterhood. Not that kind of sisterhood. She. Yes, Sora.
We've both seen what happens.
This
when you fail.
this is always a concern, but I mean, if I'm going to fail, certainly we should experience the consequences of our failure. We have to be the best, Serena. It is the way of the world.
I don't. It doesn't have to be. There's people. Not everyone lives like this.
Oh, Serena. I think you listened. He did, and he was fed to Driders for it. Listen, sister. She puts her hand on your cheek and she says, I love you. And I believe that you can find a place amongst us. You don't always have to be the weird one in the stables dealing with the animals. You don't have to be apart from everyone. You could be a part of this too. You don't have to be a high priestess like me. I have responsibilities as the head of the house someday, but when I am high priestess, I won't forget you. You won't have to be alone, and you won't have to be stuck in the stables with your dogs. You can have a seat at the table too, and we'll find a place for you, is what I mean.
It's a nice thing, I suppose.
Yes.
I don't know what it would take to convince you. I don't think it's possible.
Well, knowing that you will be there, that we will be together afterwards, that is enough. Even if I fail, and I turn into one of those horrible Driders.
There doesn't have to be a chance of that, though.
What do you mean?
You're doing this, and if you fail, then get transformed, but you don't have to do it, and you don't have to have the chance of failing.
What other option is there?
We can leave.
Serena, don't be ridiculous. We can't leave. We're the ninth house. We have responsibilities. Loth is depending on us. Or maybe we're depending on Loth. It's reciprocal. Are you serious? Where would we go?
Well, I don't know. There are cities on the surface. There's the Waterdeep I've heard of.
In the sunlight.
They're going out talk of it sometimes.
I think you've been infected with the surface madness. You're like that old Drist Dorban, Dor Urban. That silly old man.
There's a chance, but I don't know, I don't think I can convince you.
Promise me something. I won't go with you this time. But regardless of what happens, promise me you won't forget me. Promise me that no matter how this ceremony goes, we'll be together. Even if you have to visit me in the Drider pens.
Of course, I would never forget you, no.
We have only each other to rely on after all.
It's true.
Now,
I'll do whatever I can to see you.
I believe you. Now, be safe. Don't get in any trouble. Don't want to make Mother mad.
I will try to hold my tongue.
Right. And with that, the image fades, and you continue on through various other memories.
That's not great.
And it feels, as you walk along, you get the sensation that you've had the sensation that you're walking on a web. And every thread that you step on pulls on other threads because they're all interconnected. And as you move from dream to dream, you can feel things pulling tighter and tighter and tighter, until eventually you open your eyes and you are looking at the clearing where you fell asleep for the first time, and the party is all stirring and getting ready to go about their day.
Dreaming is not even once. Goodness. That's like a drug.
Oh, is I'll start back and say, is streaming always that vivid and metaphorical, I suppose?
Did you have a little dream? It's not always, but I assume you had a good dream.
And I think it's quite a painful memory, but it was nice to relive it.
Okay. And it is good. Welcome to the waking world. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say welcome to the sleeping club then or something.
That's also nice. I mean, like,
Nice.
oh, actually, Ilena hasn't slept for
No.
the whole day.
You
Yeah.
can't sleep?
Yeah.
When just never sleeps.
She's gonna be like, dreaming. I definitely gonna miss that, you know.
Do you not dream?
I did not sleep.
Maybe we'll find a way to allow you to sleep if you want.
I'm pretty used to sleepless nights.
Well, maybe we can change that with time, right? For all time's sake.
Only with time sleep.
Alright. What is everybody else doing this morning? As you're getting ready for the day. How did you pass the night? Everyone else. Obviously, Ireena was sitting watch, unmoving, eerily. Anything of note?
Redmond would have just existed and slept normally. Just making sure everyone is okay. You know, we go through the tents, making sure everyone is sleeping. Is everyone sleeping okay? Is everyone surviving? And yeah, and then they would go at rest at the same time.
Alright. Yes, you can absolutely sleep next to the fire, the smoldering coals of the fire. Alright. Then with that, you break camp, and you're all ready to go. So, you know that south of here, a couple miles, is the winery itself. You saw yesterday it is overrun with blights of various kinds. You don't know if there are still people inside or what's that all about. And you know further south than that somewhere is some place called Yester Hill, which is the place Volk has to deliver the emerald and place it inside of some kind of magical tree.
The golf is right?
This is correct.
Right?
There's a plan.
Okay, let's get going.
Alright. So, where are we headed first?
The Wizard of Wines is closer.
The Wizard of Wines is closer.
Okay, that seems like
That's
the
it.
logical choice.
Okay. Well, you can certainly head in that direction and scout things out. It'll still be early morning, so anyone that would like to, probably our ranger. Let's get a nature check as you are foraging about, trying to stealthily observe the situation.
Alright. 23.
Yeah. So this place crawling with blights. It's pretty easy to avoid them. You know their situation and they're pretty low level compared to you. But the winery itself, there's a stronghold of them, and you can see that there are humanoids moving amongst them as well. You would guess they are druids. But as you are scouting about, you catch sight of the passage of people. There are little bits of fabric and torn clothes along one side of the big opening that the field that the winery is in. You find a trail. It looks like people fled in a hurry, and there you find like a discarded button on the ground, and there's a bit of torn fabric on a tree. And with that roll, you know that they've passed here within the last day.
What could I get a reflection on what was actually going on with the wine?
Absolutely.
So it was like the wine just wasn't coming. Right?
Yes. So the wine is, or was, magically imbued to give hope to people in Barovia so that they're able to withstand the misery of their existence here. But some point over the last past few months, the wine deliveries have just completely stopped. Nobody knows why. Nobody's heard anything. Erwin wanted you guys to head over here and check. He hasn't talked with his family in years. But yeah, that's the situation.
Okay. It appears the Druids are holding the winery hostage, I think.
I wonder if they'll stay if they see me again. Last time they, Alright, that happened.
Do we recognize any of these Druids?
You haven't been close enough to see any of them up close. You just know that there are druids over there. They're pretty indistinguishable from one another. They're covered in mud and bits of animal remains.
Okay, got it. Well, shall we sneak closer?
Okay. So you're not going to follow the trail. You're going to head to the winery instead?
I think we should follow the trail. I don't know.
What makes you say that?
It seems important.
Okay, we can have a look where they're taking things first before we head to the stronghold.
Sure. If you follow the trail, it isn't too long until you find a pile of clothes, which have been neatly tucked into little rucksacks and attempted to be hidden at the base of trees. There's no other remains around here. There are bits of raven feathers on the ground.
Yeah, we know what this is.
Okay, yeah.
It looks like we'll be working with some of the wild ravens, I think.
This is why they've only been present so far, right? And
They have.
as with such personalities like us, I'm sure okay?
Yeah, no, my sound stopped working
Oh,
for some reason. That's fine. It was only like 3 seconds before I noticed and fixed it.
Which is fine, with such pleasant personalities like us, everyone would be insane to diffuse our presence.
Oh.
That's it. I mean, I'm kind of used to people using my help, but, as together, I'm sure. It's fine.
Well, that's because you keep offering your help to the wrong people.
Are you the one
Yeah.
asking that? I keep trying to help you, though. I also keep trying to help you, and I think you're the right people.
I accepted it by now.
Yes, you are. I'm happy for it. Thank you.
Does Redmond still have his helmet on?
he does not.
No.
Oh, it's off. It's off, right?
No helmet.
What happened to your helmet, Redmond?
think it was something to do with that account I had. I woke up without it. Now I cannot find it. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, have you seen it?
Not that you can recall. Another thing you would notice about Redmond. Actually, let's get a. Since you're checking out him, let's get call it an investigation check.
A vibe check.
Well, it's not insight because it's clearly Redmond.
Is it though?
Ireena already had the 13.
He doesn't have a lot of his equipment. And obviously, when you saw him yesterday, it looks like he had been through a very long, very hardy, arduous journey. But yeah,
Flash, I saw him go invisible briefly,
yes. But only you know that for now.
but I haven't done that.
What happened to all of your things?
Regrettably gone, I think. Probably somewhere in the world, in the dark, in the deep. I woke up with just this, and kind of thinks to himself, alone. Well, seemingly, that's what I found. And now I'm not alone, so that makes me happy.
Do you still have your sword, your father?
I still have my great sword. Fine.
You still have your father.
I do still have my I look at you with regretful eyes and say, I don't know if you took that opportunity to escape or do something, but please know I fear that you may encounter me down the road. But
How do
in
you
exchange,
refuse handle him if that happens? Just asking to be safe in the past.
I would like to help him so that if he has betrayed us as a group again, and I don't think I could forgive him. You are dear to me, you are like that, all of you. In fact, yes, I don't need him.
You've changed more than I thought you did.
This has been a rough past few days. Yes,
Well, here's hoping for a better future.
Here's to making a better.
Exactly.
Uh,
If there's no light in the world, you have to be the light that you want to be.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
with that, you hear a raven's caw, and you see up in the branches a familiar-looking raven. Volk, you recognize this raven as the one that gave you the ring. Way back in session 3. It is eyeing you curiously.
I've never used it, but I still have the ring. Volk. Cast speak with animals themselves.
Alright.
Hello there.
You cast the spell, and you speak as you normally would, but animals, of course, would perceive it as various animal sounds. The crow cocks its head and doesn't seem to get it.
I try telepathically. Hello there.
Yeah, the crow caws in response and looks at all of you curiously. It caws questioningly.
I don't understand it, despite the fact that I just
Nope.
cast a spell that allows me to understand animals.
Nope.
Well, that's weird.
Also, it did not understand you when you speak with animals.
We are here to help.
Fascinating.
You've been sent by your friends in the light.
It makes another caw sound. This time, it mimics your caw, so it sounds like it's doing a crow's imitation, or a raven's imitation of a crow's caw.
Are you around twice?
Hmm?
I'm going to speak. In Goblin.
In Goblin.
That's
All right.
That's lovely specific.
Yeah. What do you say?
So with this part of the help, I was wondering if you speak this language and maybe we could talk. I have my friend, so thanks. So it just sounds like
Yeah. It gives you a look like you just pooped in front of it, and then it flies away.
We were trying to speak to the car. I just thought about that. Are we going insane?
I thought.
Oh, the fact that it didn't understand me when I cast a spell that specifically allows me to speak the language of animals leads me to believe that it may not be an animal.
I mean, we're all both animals and not animals if you think about it.
Not in the traditional manner. I mean, it's not a beast.
Neither are we.
Speaking of this, the fuck was there? What was Rory? Why do you know that? Looking at Redmond.
What do you mean, that language?
Yeah.
No, it was Goblin.
Why do you speak Goblin?
Why would you think a regular understands goblin?
I just thought it was something better than what we were doing at the moment, right? I'm just trying to help.
At that, you hear a voice call out from the trees nearby, and you hear the voice of a young man. It says, "Oh, that was Goblin. Why the fuck did you think a raven spoke Goblin?"
I don't know.
Like, I didn't try Sylvan or like Draconic for the magical touch or something.
Oh, I mean, there was massive.
Also good.
And then this voice calls out again. It says, "Would one of you so kindly throw the bag, the one in the middle? Would you throw it into the trees near my voice? I'm naked right now."
Now,
I do that.
grab.
We can do it together.
There's nothing wrong with something.
I'd rather not.
Well,
Okay, that's it.
As Mr. This armor
he doesn't want to be naked.
there.
Don't expect him to be. Not everybody's okay with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be comfortable being naked. Well, maybe with his new weapon, because this one is fantastic.
So you can. Sorry.
I'm thinking of mine, not yours. I bet yours is got
I just realized I made a token for this character, but I didn't make an NPC sheet for the overhead. So you will just have to trust me when I say that coming out of the trees is a pretty handsome young man. He's got some scruff on his face, some dark brown scruff. It's very patchy. He clearly isn't old enough to grow a full beard yet. And his hair is sort of like, it's that kind of the messy kept, the effortless sort of thing that underwear models have. He enters the clearing, doing up the laces on his pants, and he says, "Hello, I recognize you guys. I met you about a week ago. I'm surprised you're still alive."
That was only a week. I could have sworn we were in this land for like a month at least.
Barovia does that. But hi.
No, we've only known each other for a week.
Hello.
Ireena will look at you and say, "It's been a very fast week."
That's very long. I mean, it has been basically our lifetime for the two of us. But then again, we had a bit of different thingies. Kinda died like several times.
That's true.
What was it, like 4 times between the two of us?
Yeah, and we were in each other, deep inside each other.
More than one. That's very big.
Yes, and the young man just says, "Well, all right then. Whatever that is, I'll let you enjoy that on your own. What brings you to the Wizard of Wines? How can I help you? Did you make good use of the ring?"
And they used it every
I
day.
have not used it.
Ah,
You should have humored him. He would have been happy. He gave it to you and anyway.
to be fair, I traded it. I
haven't really had the need to jump.
Well, I'm sure it will be useful eventually. It was all I had to give you.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. I mean, I can keep back to that.
I wouldn't say no.
Yeah, he pulls out the ring and pulls it out. Or rather, pulls off the ring.
Yeah.
Their finger.
Yeah. He will take the ring, and he will flash you a winning smile. And he says, "Thank you so much. I knew I could trust you not to lose it."
Anyway,
I am very good at holding on.
I imagine.
Except for those daggers. Unless it's a bunch of daggers. But
Oh,
that
yeah,
wasn't my
hmm.
fault. They turned into an automaton.
I can see that. What is your deal?
My deal?
Yeah. Weren't you a pretty lady with a green cape last time?
beep boop.
I was.
You're not anymore.
They got better. Always. Do you think you got better or worse? Better than that, yeah.
Better than that. And this form is quite more useful if we ever, encounter something that we're trying to kill.
Bit of flammable. True.
Well, I mean, human bodies are pretty flammable.
Yeah, isn't everybody flammable?
I think
Not everyone.
everyone is.
I mean, you could get pretty dangerous if we like made you really hot and the metal touched things. That'd be pretty cool.
Yes. Well, anyway, as I'm sure you saw, my home is unfortunately not available to entertain guests right now. We're a little lost in the woods, misplaced as it were. It's a little embarrassing, but I mean, we can give you such hospitality as we can, which is mostly just like trees. I'm Elvir, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Alvia.
Nice to meet you all.
This is I'm Redmond. This is Ilena. This is Alira. This is Rory. This is Volk.
Volk.
This is Drow.
Mostly.
And Ezmerelda, who is currently with.
She's at the tower still. She didn't get taken with Diana.
Aren't you lucky? We are here to help you because we sent to check up on you by your friend. Family.
Great.
For the low price of a fine bottle of wine because I haven't had one in like 3 days. You can pay after it.
I was going to say, unfortunately, we're out of wine. What were you going to save? Volk?
The winery?
The tree.
The tree. What do you know about the tree?
And fix.
Yeah, cause
Well, I was killed underneath it. There's that.
You were killed underneath it.
Yes, like, I don't know, for me it's been like 1,000, 2,000 years, something like that. I don't know how long it's been for you. I was
You're 2,000 years old.
I'm a fey creature. It's complicated.
I have noticed you have many faces.
When I die.
I have noticed you have many faces.
Indeed. Yes, no, I was killed by the cult of Giltheus, at the tree in order to turn Giltheus into something, I don't remember what exactly, because I don't have the greatest memories. But my mother sent me back, to the mortal realm, to help cleanse Barovia, and fix problems, specifically the problems with Asia, associated with the tree. I have this, they left up the gem.
He gasps and he says, "Don't expose it. Don't expose it. If anybody sees, they'll come." That's very important. I know about the Golthius tree. I know about the Golthius tree. This is huge news. This went missing. We used to have this at the winery. It is how we grew how we made champagne de la Stomp. It went missing 80 years ago.
There's a dragon stole it.
No, my older...
Kind of.
It did. A dragon.
This,
Huh.
was it white? I think it was
Yes.
white.
Well,
Yes, those are white red.
my brother Erwin, he was tasked with keeping an eye on it. We had a guard. My brother and I, my brothers and I, both of them, we would watch it. Our dad made sure that we kept it under guard at all times because it was absolutely important. We were stewards of this gem. We had to make sure that it was safe so we could keep making the magical wine. And Erwin,
Wait a second.
yes,
I'm going to interrupt you for a second. You said it went missing 80 years ago,
8.
and oh, 8. Okay, I thought you were. I thought I was the only one who was older than me.
No, I'm. He counts on his fingers for a second. He says, 25? 25.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yes. Well, anyway, my brother went to canoodle with his girlfriend, and during the night we had to break in. We don't know who did it, but the gem went missing. And Erwin and my dad did not like each other after that, and so eventually he left. I miss him. Is that the family you were talking about? In Villaki? I know that's where my brother went.
I think so. Was it?
What's it, Orwin? Is that the name?
Yeah.
Was that the name?
Yep.
Orwin? Yeah. Yes, that was the name.
Well, this is good news. This is great news. We could fix things.
You can make walls that take the wine if you want to like a bottle or two of that. Quite.
It's very rare nowadays.
Field with
Well, I managed to get out. And as you can see, there's 2 other suits out here. But unfortunately, my father and my nieces and nephews were not so lucky. And they're still inside. They're hiding in the cellar. I'm not going to ask you to save them, but I'm not going to be much help with the tree. I would really appreciate it.
Friends.
Yes, no, and I've got a pretty good, treatment for the blights. And, they cast Produce Flame. Just in their hand.
Okay.
Everything burns.
Especially dead plants.
Especially dead plants.
Don't
And
burn
they
down the wine.
put the flame out.
And-
I'll do my best to do this.
He claps and he says, I like you. With all your cool faces.
I like
I'm the burnt down and happy.
it was beautiful.
So, are we going now?
I
I don't see why not.
Do you have any more questions?
No?
I don't think so.
Onward to something new and mysterious.
He cracks his knuckles and he says, Alright. Oh, here we go. And I think, yeah, we're at the break time. Perfect. So, is there any more RP anybody would like to do before this? Because this next section, I spent a lot of time. One of the reasons why I feel like my roleplay has been a little rusty is I spent a lot of time trying to front end the combat prep because this is a huge combat encounter. There is a lot of creatures here. So the second half of today's game is probably going to be mostly combat. So is there anything else anybody wants to do before that?
Go ahead. I was just saying that I don't think so, from my part. But thanks.
So the gem has life in top.
It would seem so when plot points are used.
But it also like if one of us wants to go down, I'm sure it has. This is
It has mystical deific powers. I would say that with the use of a plot point, you could, if you get to them, do Revivify for free.
brilliant. Okay.
But
Speaking of plot points,
yes,
who currently has plot points?
Yeah, that's one.
Just Diana.
Hmm.
Elena used hers only.
Yes, I did use mine.
Yeah.
I look at Volk in the eyes and say, Jem has healing. I think the
Yes, I figured that.
the path ahead is going to be very dangerous. I think the most sturdy of us all carries the case out to the death.
Honestly, I would prefer to just stop time because we are really bad at staying alive. We are also very bad at staying dead, apparently.
I mean, sometimes choosing to die is not an option. You know what I mean? It is just something that is forced upon us in the world. I will make it an option. And let me just do my job to help.
That is exactly what I'm trying to convey here, trying to convey in the crypt. I would prefer if we try everything in our power to not have any one of us die, no matter what that means.
and Ireena will interject and say, I mean, I'm pretty sure we've already been doing that, dear. I think what Redmond's trying to say is, it might be worth putting this in the hands of somebody that's really hard to hurt. And Redmond is really hard to hurt.
She's hard. I don't want to give it to Red. Ooh.
You know,
I don't like it.
You could give it to Diana. Diana is very reliable, and she's very hard to hit.
Diana's quicker than you, that's what.
and yet I have stood all in most. I
Volk
understand.
doesn't want to give it to you, so I don't think it's wise to go further into arguments yet.
That's fine. I will respect your.
Last time you tried to take it, I lost all my daggers. And the time before that, you almost refused to give it to me until Diana convinced you to give it to me. So I'm going to give it to Diana because I trust her to give it back without so much fuss.
Well, I respect your boundaries and I respect where you are coming from. Just, I hope this decision is not built on prejudice in a place where we are supposed to be trusting of one another in order to survive in this place. I will do my job and do my best, but I would like you to do the same. So please, at some point, maybe after you fill me with Lothryn or gone mad or burned down mad, just trust me. Wow.
I'm an agent of chaos. What can I say?
And yet you
and
refuse to
Volk-
have some stability.
Oh,
Redmond, you're
what's
fighting
the
this
possibility?
Sorry, maybe I am fighting this behalf. I'm just saying, please trust me with your Volk. I respect your boundaries with very much.
I think Diana is a good fit for it. She dances across the battlefield with a speed that none of us could match. So if someone goes down far away from where the front line, aka you, is, she would most likely be the best choice.
And it is a good shot.
It's definitely better to give it to one of you than to me or Ireena. Sorry, my dear, but we are both kind of afraid.
You make up,
She nods.
You make up for the weak body with a roaring sword, I'm sure. Thank you.
It's in the name.
All right. So, Diana, will you accept the emerald?
I will.
All right. Now, have you done the ritual with the acorn yet?
The casting the spell.
Hmm.
If we're going in, I would just as like a duration.
All right.
For an hour.
Then, when you take this emerald from Volk, you put it on your person somewhere, secret it away in a bag. You commence this ritual. Now, what does the summoned beast ritual look like?
Not a ritual. It's more just it's just like regular spell.
Oh, sorry.
Um,
What is this spell like for you?
She focuses on the acorn, thinking back to what she's lost and trying to will it into existence with her now calling on whatever powers may be. And a spectral form of what to most people looks like a dog general shape of the dog, but with bat-like features like wiry legs, a what's the word? Like a stunted nose, pointy ears that are like held back. It's just appears to come to her. She would say, this is a cave dog, called Kolyana, called them Evocations.
Now, I will say, as this ritual comes to fruition, it is indeed a spectral hound. But that pulsing and thrumming of that emerald on your person zhuzhes this up a little bit. And you're, of course, just expecting a regular cave hound. But as this little animal, this beast, comes into being, you realize that you can shape it. And, in fact, the shape that it begins to take is one that you recognize. And this spectral hound looks at you, and you know the face of the spectral hound. And you know that with a little push, you can make it that spectral hound. So if you would like to spend your plot point to resurrect your cave dog, I will allow it to happen at this point, using the emerald as the catalyst. Or it can be a generic spectral hound, and you can save it for something else. That's up to you.
Say this now. If you don't use your plot point to resurrect your beloved doggo, I will judge you as a person forever. I will.
I will use my plot point to resurrect the dog.
Okay. So that thrumming, pulsing, like the thunderous hooves of horses running on the beach, pounds through you as this dog looks at you and recognizes you. And then what was a ghostly hound solidifies and standing before you, as if right before it went out. It was killed by your mother, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Right before you put it in the kennel the last time, it's as if the dog has stepped right out of that kennel that night that you put it there, and it looks at you and it wags its little behind, and yeah, you have your friend back.
Diana is so happy. She's like a kid again. She goes to pat the cave dog and says, I forgot the name. I forgot the name.
I don't remember either.
Oh no, it's been like...
I'm so sorry.
since I
Yeah,
forgot his name.
it's been like 6 months.
Rocco?
Rocco. We can go with Rocco.
Rocco's my guy.
Yeah.
Now, wasn't that a good deal? You used the plot point, and since everyone used the plot points, you get your plot point back. Hey, knowing you will still have it as the last person.
I think this is happened both times.
Mm-hmm.
I will be very careful to not just blast out my plot point again, especially after I used the fourth plot point last time.
Yes.
The dog is called Echo.
Echo. So you have Echo with you again. What is the name of the creature again? So I can pull up drop the stat block in.
It's a creature from the 3.5. It doesn't have a 5e stat block.
Right.
We can just use the...
Isn't it? Didn't you just cast summon
yeah,
beast?
summon
The acorn? So wouldn't you just use the beast of the land?
What I'm wondering is, because I changed this up, so it's actually the creature reborn. We'll go with whichever CR is higher, or whichever one has higher HP, just so you don't have to lose your dog again right away.
Good idea.
So we'll use if we'll say it's what's a Yeth Hound's CR. We're a CR 4. What's the Beast of the Land CR?
It doesn't really.
Does it have one?
Yeah,
It doesn't have
Okay.
A lot of its stats change depending on proficiency.
It's affected by how high the spell level is.
Okay.
Yeah, it has. Let's wait. Summon beasts. Yes,
Should be something like 12 plus spell level or something.
I'm so glad you gave the emerald to Diana, because I was gonna try to find a way to do this eventually anyway. But this is just
This is how.
it's on brand.
Look, Redmond, she got the emerald, she got the friend card.
It
For the
has.
first time I've seen her, she looks generally okay.
It has. That's summon beast just there.
What was that? Sorry, you cut
It
out.
has 30 hit points.
30 hit points. All right, so that's gonna be like a CR4 probably.
Same.
I will look up. I will look up a hound stat block to give you for this creature for Echo, and we will do that on the break. I also need to pee, so I will be back soon.
Oh shit, yeah, we have a break. Yeah,
Yeah.
what?
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll see you all in a short bit. I've got to hear.
Oh, why?
I'm glad for that. She got the double back.
Yeah.
My double is not bad, but I haven't seen it in 4 years. 3 years. 4 years.
Volk is gonna try to like root the dog and say hi to
Yeah,
her
man,
because
it's not-
Volk loves animals. No, I'm gonna go in the wash.
Speak with the dog. So yeah, so this session is being quite nice.
It's so wholesome.
Yeah, we have Robo Celina, wholesome interactions, parties back together.
We got a robot Ilena now, we got a doggo friend. I wonder if we will have fun with it or not. So I just noticed that time flies really fast. I thought it was 3 years ago that I couldn't get in contact with the dog anymore, but it's been 4 years. Dog is still doing good though, I know. Good. Good.
Oh my god, why so stressful, man? You have to like start out on with stuff and everything. It's like you have to do it within a certain time, everything.
Relatable.
We're all like, oh man, it's so wholesome and lovely and wonderful.
I really do.
I'm in the
Yeah,
back.
I do.
And you're like, what could possibly go wrong?
I apologize to this segment. I just have to like sort out all this COVID stuff, like go do the test, check the test, photo the test, and everything. Then my
No, that
phone
makes
died, so I had to charge it, and now I have to sort out my NHS COVID plans. That was something. I don't have to do any tests for that.
Where are you going with the plane?
I'm going to France. We were going to go skiing at Christmas, but we had to rebook, so I'm going there.
Ah.
It's going to be nice.
Ooh.
It might be a bit warm, but
Sounds like fun.
yeah, skiing.
What's Echo's personality?
What's that?
Echo.
Oh, Echo. They were like a guard dog. Like she wasn't considered. I don't think it's kind of like a personal like human like drow guard, but she started to like actually fight the dog, which wasn't intended, and emotions are a big no-no. So
Mm-hmm.
Emotions are prohibited.
Do you think Volk still has speak with heralds up? It lasts 10 minutes.
Theoretically,
I think so.
like, to be honest, it could also be, like, still could be up.
Volk is gonna try to say hi to the dog. Yeah, no, it's been a pretty good session so far. The gang is back together.
The gang is back together. Now we're gonna go and burn some blight.
Yeah. I'm so glad I have 4th level spells because I have Wall of Flame.
I'm just happy that we finally have something of timing in this. Even if it's still between Rory and Dan.
And between Volk and Ren. I mean, the tenseness between Volk and Red is entirely from Volk's direction, and mostly because they think it's funny.
To be fair, I think that Gem would mainly do that in Red Sand because he is the guy that goes like all the way in the front to where the big danger is, while people in the back fuck. And then it's like, no, I have to stop the evil overlord from doing his evil stuff. Meanwhile,
I need to stop the evil lord from doing evil stuff, but also I need to keep him alive so he can be redeemed.
My response to that? Get fucked, nerds, get good.
It's good.
Yeah.
you know what? That part within the crypt where he just didn't let Strahd win and therefore people have died.
Yeah, exactly.
That is quite contradictory to what you said about I will make it a choice if you want to die or not. And the choice that you made last time,
Hey.
you will fight against this guy and then he will rip you apart.
Hey, it's a choice I'm willing to make.
Excuse me, 2 people that were not you almost died because of this.
Oh,
Yeah,
And
you
people
see,
almost
you
died.
see, he said that as long as he's alive, no one's gonna be hurt. Nothing. He didn't say anything that someone will be hurt when he's dead.
But he already died and is kind of not very alive feeling at the moment, so maybe it's like when I'm alive, sometimes in the future, we will be fine.
I am alive at the moment. I'm like this.
1 second.
Oh,
Let me-
like, no, it's not spelled. I told you, like, this, like, Vistani.
Yeah, we learned about that.
Shit. Yeah. I'm like, oh, I have my shadow back. Like, this part shadow thing.
The dancing shadow.
The dancing shadow, yeah, I'm getting, like more hybrid now. It's so sick.
So you're basically truly half the sun now.
Yeah, so.
Pretty dope. And you only have to give up some of your proof. Do you still, so you don't have your dash, do you still
I lost, like, all my magic items in the armor. Like, it's so bullshit.
Oh, you only have normal armor now.
You too, man? You too?
It's like not normal armor. No, it's my armor, but like it's still the armor.
I just thought about one thing.
Yeah.
Kirill will have the cloak of flying.
Oh, fucking.
Pretty sure he would just give it back to Strahd. Strahd knows. Pretty
Use
sure.
all my work to get it away from Strahd, written by some idiot.
Some idiot wolf who's like, get fuck nerds.
Jesus, an idiot.
Funny thing, like all the people that were either not present because they were at a different place of the map or were not there, every single one of those would have been able to completely demolish that guy. Actually, Ilena wouldn't because her weapons wouldn't work in the tower. But like Red, Volk with the magic, Ireena and Rory, all of them would completely annihilate the millions of radiant damage.
Yeah.
Yup.
Absolutely I'm really excited. I'm really excited, like, of this combat to this now. I get to flex some of the Vistani powers, and we're all powered up and more.
I get to flex my new powers I have.
Oh, yeah, your fucking newborn powers.
Oh, I am a warforged now, so
You're a warforged?
Yeah.
oh yeah, yeah.
Wasn't that clear? With the mechanic hands and
I thought it was like a different type of construct.
I don't know. I am a warforged. So yeah.
Only good. I'm excited for this.
with a bit of a broken personality, which I find very interesting.
I feel that we all have a bit broken personalities.
We do indeed.
Who has a broken personality?
I mean, I think
Couple of us.
I actually think we're on the road to healing. I think like all our personality issues.
Not bad. I saw that, Spencer.
What?
I saw that. There was some weird, very many teeth having something fish creature. Suddenly popped up in the forest.
Fish
and then-
creatures again.
The deep one, he's coming. Is it
Yeah,
lizard?
exactly.
Lizard.
Right
Oh,
into the
oh,
dimension
the
as well.
In front of you stands a small, quite pretty looking blonde woman. She has a lab coat on, and she has a weird fish tail coming out of her behind with the sting
Yeah.
again.
You don't know about this, but yeah, me and Spencer, we actually talked about a Call of Cthulhu and D&D crossover. So
It is basically what if Linda Taylor would have gone to the deep one and then made a ritual to join this game.
Crossover the century. Oh, come on, focus on me.
That would have been interesting.
Also, that little portrait was the stat block for Echo, or the icon for Echo. So it's going to be using the Kruthic stat block, adult Kruthic stat block.
Like a snack.
So you're not a Beastmaster Ranger, but it can just use your go on your turn. It'll take your commands, but otherwise it'll just behave like a beast would normally in combat.
alright.
Good shit. You've done.
Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna rename some of these abilities.
Oh, there we go. Kavakin, that's what they're called. Thank you. I can make a new token if you'd like, so it actually matches.
Dino this thing is the cutest thing ever, but it's not.
Yes. Token maker.
Doom didn't work. Because that's what is so cool. And it was completely useless and it makes me a bit bad.
It was cool. It was cool.
Oh no, there's gonna be vacuuming going on here. Oh, you're done. Oh, cool. Yeah, I will.
I'm excited to murder some blind people.
I'm excited to play Rory again because Celina was completely purpose-built to be like fighting against wizards and mages kind of person.
She's very much an AoE type of character.
She is meant to do well this and this with the 4th level summon play at her side.
Boy.
Orbing and countering every enemy spells. And
Like,
she
to
can't
be
do
honest,
that when there's no enemy spellcasters.
Ireena is also built to combat spellcasters because she has freaking Mage Slayer. I took it especially to murder spellcasters.
Stop.
I'm gonna pop to Will and then
Should be ready to go. I'm just finishing up the character sheet for Echo.
Still like that my.
Oh, what about our Regan buddy?
Oh, yes, I will make one for him as well. Oh, I can upload a picture for him. Yes, I can do that.
I know you're super busy,
It's okay. What do you need? What do you want?
The art.
I did put it over. Would you DM me what you mean? Because I thought I did it. If I didn't do it properly, hit me up.
So like for the avatar of the like for some reason the avatar or like I can't upload my token and the token doesn't move. So like just the art
Oh.
of Redmond basically put it into the one that doesn't have that.
Yes.
It's here. Oh, can you make it proof? Actually, can you make it proof?
Oh, I gotcha. So you need a token for your character sheet, right? Because it got deleted.
Yeah, exactly,
Gotcha.
yeah. That'd be great.
Can do that. And then I will give you one for Elvir. Volk, if you would like to run him in combat, you're more than welcome to.
Sure, I guess.
Also,
Can
question.
try to run 2 characters.
Yes. What is the question?
What items would Celina still have with her, and what would she have given to Diana besides the egg one?
Well, that I'll leave that up to you. My intention is you were going to have a Brexit, if you will, from the party. a brief exit, a swift exit.
Well, leave her, even if they only come on her magical items alone, she will keep her hat.
Fair enough. The Hat of Wizardry and the Pocket Watch. You can absolutely keep those.
Copy, which is also the most important.
Yes, this is true. Yeah, you can keep those for sure.
Same thing with spell components.
Okay, so basically you just handed Diana a bag full of trash.
So in the bag is a gold coin minted in an unknown land, a multicolored stone disc, an empty glass vial that smells like perfume when opened, a flute, I think a dagger, scholar's bag, and her spellbook written in some weird encrypted draconic basically that no one can read.
Token
You should
for...
never let your enemies know what you can do, so be very careful to not have it obvious what you can do in a show.
Who's our enemies?
This is taking longer than I needed it to. I'm sorry.
Put that part in the loop.
Ouch. Alright.
Boop. Boop.
Let's go here.
Oh, there's a dagger in there. What can have
There we go.
another dagger? This one is with a nice walnut.
Alright,
template
then-
from, Celina.
Oh, cool. I'll take another dagger.
More daggers.
Well, I had like 10 or 13 of them before.
Now I have one.
Now you are them.
I am the dagger.
I am the daggers.
Yeah, just like Palpatine is the Senate, I am the dagger.
There was a little bit of an idea that Volk would be like a bit of a kleptomaniac. That only showed up in the fact that they steal diamonds whenever they
Okay. Elvir token. Where is it? I just uploaded it. There we go. Boom. Boom.
Oh, ouch.
I
Oh.
want to add something else to stuff that was given to the party in Celina's bag, which is a small piece of offspring. Not that it means anything, but why not?
Thank you, everybody, for your patience today.
Oh, good, huh?
No worries.
No worries.
Ah, that's good.
I am glad that we had a wholesome, have been having a wholesome session so far. It is nice every once in a while to have those.
Yeah.
It's true.
Wink, wink.
Ireena,
Not wink wink.
have you been calling up Spencer at 2 in the morning? Or why?
No, we have not been having those. No. No.
I said I was gonna do it. I said I was not gonna do it this week. And I did it before Call of Cthulhu while we were waiting for a certain someone. I don't know. Someone was late.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, no one was late.
And then I remembered today or yesterday. I think it's today. Oh,
I
fuck,
forgot we
I
had
wanted
deeds
to
for
write
the
a
Lothryn
very
estate.
important bit that the party's not supposed to know about. That basically Rory told Ireena while they were alone on their Volk someone. And then we had like another, like, what was it, like 2 hours conversation about it?
Yep.
About after Rory and Ireena talked with during
Yep.
that time.
But I don't think that you are in the closet about having a crush on me and using me for therapy, which is the difference.
I mean, you were the one that was like wink wink at the end.
As a joke. But yes.
Nah, I know how it is. I'm coming to Canada, my boy.
No! I already have too many partners. I can't handle another one. Okay, so Elvir is there, has a token, has some art. Yes, and he is very intrigued by you, Volk. I don't think Volk would understand what that means, but I think it is very clear that he is
He has eyes on them.
he has eyes on Volk. Now, I will tell you, Riley, that Elvir is ace, and not very interested in any of the more extreme stuff there. But, yes.
The funny thing is, when you were describing him, I'm like, I think
Yes.
Volk might like this.
Yeah. He's there for you.
I was trying to very subtly like Volk kind of like pseudo flirt without actually flirting with basically everyone, but
Mhm.
Volk doesn't know how to flirt.
This is true. This is why I let you know, so you can know what my intentions are with your character. Okay.
Yay!
So
He's cute too. I like him.
so we can begin. So how are you approaching this? I will move us to the broad view map without the internals.
Cool.
So this is the scenario that we're looking at. Ignore the tokens on the left-hand side. That's for group combat later.
Okay. Cool.
So this is the vineyard that you're looking at. There are rows upon rows of grapes. Milling about, there are 30 blights on the outside of this house. If you approach the vineyard, you are going to have to fight them. But you can always try to lead them away as well. It is untold how many are inside. According to Elvir, his father Davian and the children are inside. The other adult were-ravens, his brother Adrian, his sister Stefania, and Stefania's husband Dag, they are out fighting blights elsewhere at the moment, so they are not able to help you. But if you're going to wage this all-out assault, Elvir will help you. Riley, you're welcome to run him in combat. And yes, this is the situation that presents itself before you. Any questions?
No.
Nope.
I think
Actually, question: where are we located?
That is up to you. You were... I think this map is upside down, actually.
Where are we coming from?
I think this map is upside down.
I think we were up north.
One
so we're
moment.
coming from the north.
You are coming from the north, and the stream... Which side of the farm is the stream on? It's not on the map.
Yeah, the stream is.
no, the streams on.
Not on the big map. This is just somebody's art that I stole. It's not the official art. Because the official art has a tiny little... There's like no area around the house on the map, so I can't really use it to explain what the area looks like, what the terrain looks like. So you will be approaching from the south. So I'm actually going to flip the map upside down. Because you are approaching from the north, but the map currently, that is the south of the map.
Okay.
So,
Oh, we can do it like this and just put our. Oh no, okay, that works.
looks really weird.
solution.
Yeah, no, it looks weird. I think I think it's because the shadows are.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just. So we're coming from here.
Yeah. So you'll be coming from the north, which the compass is upside down on this game, or on this map.
Alright.
So, I have an idea. It might be a bit anticlimactic.
Go for
I
it.
don't think Quicklight really has much against things that are out of their reach, right?
You would have to get closer to tell what type of blights these are, but I would say that it depends. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking sneak around the side and Rory sneakily flies above the ground a bit and then just snipes the ones that they can't
Oh,
sneak around.
so you want to do the Tarask strategy?
And it's a bit boring, but I feel like that's the most effective way of handling it.
You're welcome to. I will say there aren't any outside currently, but you saw druids here before. Druids would absolutely have a way to get you out of the sky.
I would say,
I prefer the Simul Vendetta against the Druid.
Brent,
Well, I could
Brent,
start us off with it. Yes.
I think since people are in danger right now, we must
Yes.
make haste. I would think charge.
Yes.
I will lead the vanguard. You follow on behind me like an arrow. We will pierce through them, and we will save these people. How does that?
I could start us off with a big fire. Like
No.
No, that building wasn't very flammable.
I would refrain
uh,
from just charging them.
Why
It's
is
just
that?
better to have with the minimum plan. At
We
least
do have a plan. We do have a plan.
That's all like art looks really good, by the way. I like it a lot.
The
So,
one that-
what was that?
Good lot like art for Ilena. And she has
They
a
want-
separate border similar to mine.
do you want the full one?
Oh yes, please.
yes.
You actually have the same silver border as me. Nice.
Do you use circuit tool too?
Yes, of course.
Excellent.
And I always use the silver border because it's minimalistic and my favorite so far.
So,
Ooh, fancy.
It does.
I think
And it's some good art. I'm gonna steal it if I ever play Warwatch. Look at this. And show it in the stream. It has a little crossbow there as well. It has a watermark as well, so I can look for more art to take after paying practice.
Yes.
I like it a lot. It's really good.
All right.
Anyway,
So there are groups milling about.
okay. Are we ready?
Are we ready?
Are we ready?
I
Okay.
will cast a on myself. I'll cast it on Redmond, Volk, and Echo.
Okay.
I will blast the third part.
Thank
Or
you.
at least now. How much can I get?
So,
Up to 3. I'll blast myself, Rory, and Red.
thank you.
Okay.
a red left more?
I'll say the party, the best strategy is to target. We keep it as an arrow, and we save these people. If we cannot take our time, we have to shock them, otherwise they may turn on the opposite side. So we protect people, we survive, and we do this together. Back again, whole again. All of us.
Don't forget to stay in position and formation. And try not to get surrounded because it's a bad time even if there are only some lights.
I agree. Stay safe, stay mobile, stay together. Right, are you ready, friends?
Sure.
Yes.
I'm ready.
Well done, Ireena. Now, let's go! And I'll start sprinting down, past through the street.
All right. So you're charging in.
I'm charging.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's get some initiative rolls then.
Do you wanna move this? How far we get?
Well, this is going to be Theater of the Mind because each tile on here is 25 feet. So we'll use your token down there for initiative rolls. But it's not going to be much sense just the geography of this to do it with a grid. It's too big.
I'll say a thing. Everyone has a +3 to initiative.
Oh!
Oh,
Nice.
also,
Oh, crit failed. Damn.
anyone within 10 feet of me has a reassuring claw.
There you go.
Damn. Fucking Paladin all us.
Wait, is that?
Okay, so if I have a +3, that means that's a 6 instead of a 3?
It's a +3 from the reassuring aura?
No, the +3 is from this.
Yeah, but
Oh,
I,
do we have a +4?
no, so that's +3 for initiative. This is a
No, no,
Yeah.
ability checks.
Isn't it?
Initiative is an ability check.
I see, I don't know. Okay, then yeah, +4 then, yeah, +4.
Damn.
Starting,
Fast as fuck.
I'm playing Pathfinder right now, guys.
Oh dear.
Yes, you are.
Initiative is dexterity. Is it just a dexterity one?
There should be a dice next to at the top of the character
It's
sheet.
hidden. It's on the top next to the name.
Oh, there it is.
In the little thing down
Sorry.
there.
There we go.
Yep, no, it took me a while to find it, sorry.
Yeah. So we're charging in information as a group.
Yes.
Yes, I think they're all kind of snakes.
All right. If we were a certain show on Amazon Prime, we would have the really cool theme playing right now.
we are the
That's the one.
Still need to do that.
That's the one. So, as usual, Diana, you're up first. So as you approach the vineyard, as a crit plus a bunch. As you approach the vineyard from the front, there's a group of 5 blights twiddling about. They look like they are mostly made of brambles that have sort of been stuck together. And they turn to you hideously, mockeries of the human form. And they make awful undead sounds at you.
Oh, okay. Me and Echo will run up. I'll do my attack. So first one is a dread ambush.
Yep.
So, 16 to hit.
16 to hit, and this is the purple group. 16 will hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
15 on that.
So you take out the first one in one swipe.
Okay. Nice. Then 1, 2, and then off out.
Alright. So these are all going to hit, and they're all going to take them out. So that's
Okay,
4 swings. So you're down to 1.
So Echo is then gonna come in from behind and go in. Would I have the movement to just get into that last one?
You would?
Yeah. So with pack tactics
Yeah.
and
Both hit.
how do I roll damage? Okay.
There we go.
Just ripping and stuff.
Ripping into it.
It's fine.
That takes it out. So the purple group is gone.
Woohoo.
Damn.
First turn whirlwind goes down to
Yeah. So Diana pulls ahead of the party. The rest of you are running fast behind. Anything you want to do before the end of your turn, Diana?
That's it. I've pretty much I've probably used all of my movement and everything.
Alright.
All my bonus action, that's it.
Then Redmond, you are up next. So you're going to have to move a little bit farther. They are still within striking range, but you're going to have to go around the side of the vineyard to get to the red group.
that's fine.
Yeah, it'll be your entire movement to get over there.
That's fine. I will just charge straight forward. It's my action as well, or do I have to dash, or just my action?
Your entire movement.
Okay, that's fine. I would charge straight out, sword out, the obvious sword out from my side. And I would like to swing, hacking and slashing.
Right, go for it. So you are in that 25-foot square, but they're a little further away from you than you would like because they're spread out in that 25-foot square. So it's going to be limited how many you can reach.
I will call out to them saying, "Come strike me there."
All right.
That is
That hits, and that takes out one of them.
that's a 12, 20. Okay, brilliant. That's and then I'll attack again.
Okay.
And then that is a 20 again.
A 20 again, yes. Also goes down. So you swing your sword whistling through these things, and they wither under the strikes of your blade. Disintegrate into mulch.
Perfect.
Anything else that you can do or would like to do on your turn?
That is everything for me.
All right. In that case, Elvier and... no, Elvier has his own initiative order. There we go. Apparently, Riley wants to track 2 initiatives.
I could delete that. I'm fine not tracking 2. I thought.
Yeah, it's totally okay. I try to do that with companions because it's simpler.
Can you delete I?
Yeah, no, I'll just do him on Volk's turn then.
Okay.
I didn't think about it.
No worries. I don't mean to take away your spot, obviously. Ireena, you're up next. So the group that Redmond is engaged in, you can reach them, but you would have to dash to reach any of the other groups.
Sure, I'll join Redmond in the room.
All right.
Yeah, so let me see what I can do. I will. If it's possible to get as many of them as possible, I'll cast
Okay. So we're looking at
or it's less
5-foot radius, 40-foot high. So you'll be able to hit one of them. They're fairly spread out here.
Sure, I'll get one.
So we're going to need a save, aren't we?
Yes, a
Con save.
con save.
That's a fail.
So it takes 5. And
Alright.
that actually drops my concentration because I'm stupid.
Oh no.
Wait, guys, how?
Because it won't be Miss Concentration spell.
Yep.
Blast is also concentration spell.
But it is now up, and there is a pillar of silvery light shining down from the sky, burning this one blight. It is still standing, though.
Alrighty. That would be my turn, because I do not have a lot of fight.
Okay. We come to Rory's turn.
You know, I didn't really get to do anything with the list, but it was still nice that I wasn't trusted to it. So I'll take that as it is. Rory is gonna take a turn, and she will actually fly up high above the rest, like solid, in a way that she can see all of the building as well, and spend her turn and action to check the surroundings to see if there's anything around them that they need to worry more about than light that fall apart in one split swing.
Alright. Perception check.
And it is sight perception, so I actually got advantage. And
Okay.
that's 20,
Yeah.
Or is standing.
You don't spot anything else outside. But inside, you can see that the inside of this place is swarming with life. You can see them through the windows. Among them are spellcasters. You can see druids moving in and about. But they are currently inside, working their way outside.
The more careful about the ones that are inside. They're coming outside soon, most likely. They are some of the bothersome kind with magic. And then Ireena is gonna go, and she's gonna rush up closer to where Red and Ilena are, and is gonna use her newfound strength to smash two of them apart.
Hey, there you go.
Damn, that's
So,
yeah,
8. So she attacked the same one twice or 2 different ones?
the same one.
Same one twice. So if that's the one that's in the moonbeam,
Yeah.
is it the one?
Attack
Yeah.
the one because otherwise
It dead. It dead.
with newfound grace and strength in her step. arm.
And then we get... I tried to break up their initiative so they wouldn't all be in a chunk, but oh well.
Yeah, but we were too fast.
Too fast.
It's a free.
So this is the group that is on Redmond, Ilena, and Ireena. So we have 2 of them there. We are going to get 4 attacks. So we get...
We'll each get 2.
yeah, they're going to focus on... The Moonbeam was not that impressive. So they are going to attack Redmond.
Yeah, come at me, nerds.
Also cannot flex my 21 armor class.
Oh, 21? Holy shit.
Well, not now. I need to cast Shield of Faith, but I can get to 21.
Nice.
So they're out of range, which means they're actually going to... they plant their feet in the ground, and you can see roots sort of dig into the dirt. And then they point their fingers at you, and shooting out of their hands come darts flying towards you, Redmond. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them hits
The second one hits.
for 12 piercing, which is doubled.
Oh, lordy.
Yeah. Yep. I'll take that damage.
Yep. So they are still about 10 feet away, but they did this ranged attack upon you. Now, the blue group gets to go. The blue group is on the other side. So they are going to come up as a group. And they're actually going to start shooting ranged attacks at Diana and Echo, Rory up in the air, and then Ilena and Redmond as well. So we'll do
50 extra range.
2 on Echo.
60 feet up.
60 feet up would be with disadvantage.
Ooh. Because I specifically said I wanted to be able to recover damage.
That's true. That's true.
Maybe not 60 feet.
Great
60 feet is
advantage.
very
That is a bit high. It's 2 stories.
2 stories.
So you're about 10 feet each, so it's like 20 feet.
Yeah,
or,
30 feet in the air, maybe a bit more.
Okay. Then you would be within normal range. So they're going to take some shots at Echo. That's a 10 and a 16. I don't think either of those hit.
No, but there's miss.
And then 2 at Diana. 23 is going to hit. That's going to be 18 piercing.
Boy. Spencer today rolling high.
Yeah.
I mean, those were 2 hits in that 10 attacks.
And then we're going to get 2 on Rory.
Nah.
22 for 4 piercing.
That's only 4.
And then we're going to get 2 more on Ilena and 2 on Redmond.
Bring them in.
So that's on Ilena, and here's on Redmond.
The second one hits for 18.
18 piercing. And some of them had to move into melee with Diana and Echo to get within the range to shoot the others. So there we go. That's the blue group. Green group goes. Green group is far, far away. So they are going to rush to get into melee with Ilena and Redmond, but they have to spend their turn doing that. Then we come to the orange group. Orange group is within range of Ilena and Diana and Ireena. So we're going to get 10 more attacks. So 2 on Redmond, 16, 2 on Ilena. No, like 16 damage from the 21. Both hit, or neither hit Ilena. Yeah.
Against me, it's 19 and 17.
Yeah.
19 hit.
19 hits. It's going to be
exactly my armor class.
10 piercing. The next one is going to shoot you as well, Ilena.
Variety.
Another 7.
That's another hit. So, 7 damage.
And then the last one is going to shoot at Ireena. 19. Hot damn. Then we finally get back to the people that matter. Volk and Elvir get to go.
How far away were we at the
So you were on this square at the start.
Okay.
Diana moved forward. Yep. Diana moved forward to engage the purple group and decimated them. Redmond and Ireena moved this way to the green group to attack them.
Okay. Let me check what's the. So, Volk reaches out with a hand, and then, like, palm face upwards, and let's see if there ever more to this. Yes. So and in Sylvan, mutters something along the lines of "Earth rise up," and casts erupting earth.
All right.
Just in the middle of the green group.
In the middle of the green group. Okay.
Yes.
There are 5. Yes.
It's a 20-foot cube.
Yep.
So like as many of them as I can
Yeah.
get in a 20-foot
Each
cube.
of these squares is 25 feet, so I think it's pretty reasonable that you can angle it in such a way that you can get everybody in that cube. Or in that space. Nice.
But it sounds to the rest of you like folk song.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Doesn't sound like that.
So 2 successes, 3 fails.
Is it in half damage? Yeah, it's half as much almost as it. So everyone who failed takes 24 bludgeoning,
All right.
and anyone who succeeded takes 12.
Yeah, that means you took out the whole group.
Nice.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yes, so you speak these druidic words, and it sounds like birds chirping, and then the earth erupts with these pillars of dirt that just crush and decimate these things and bury them.
And Volk smiles. Well, that was successful. And then Elvier. Oh, the green is gone. Should you delete the?
I'm using them for initiative. There are people inside that also have initiatives.
Okay. I meant just like move them like into the house or something.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because they're dead.
That's a
The
good
green
point.
one and the purple one are dead, so they're not.
That's a good
on
call.
track or anything.
Thank you.
Okay, so nobody's really within Elvier's range, for his melee attacks. However, there are things in range of his hand crossbow.
Oh, also, I should say he has a ring of jumping. Now, that might be relevant because you handed it back. It probably won't come up because he can fly.
So he takes out his crossbow, and flutters over, and uses it against one of the orange blights, I guess.
Yeah, a 20 will hit with an 18, or an 8 damage. Doesn't quite take it out.
Sure. I think that's all you can do.
Alright. So he fires that off. And then the purple group goes. Purple group's all dead. So you hear commotion inside of the farmhouse, or the vineyard. Yellow group goes. Yellow group is on the far side of the house. So they're actually going to climb up onto the roof and over the house. And they're going to take pot shots at you, Rory.
Well, come back to Drow. I still got my reaction for this reason.
1, 2. Probably going to use it on that crit, eh?
Well, who knows?
Shall I?
And then we get another 2 on Rory. Holy cow, I can't miss.
Are you? Oh my lord, what is max damage? That's 20, 25. I'm going down if this continues. I'm at 16 and the other one was 13, but it's half, so it's 6, so I'm at 10. What the fuck are you doing?
The others are going to
Yeah.
move forward and still on the roof.
If I was still Celina, she would have just shielded and all of those would have missed.
Hmm.
And
Uh,
she was, like, more speed.
The remaining ones are going to take pot shots at Diana and Echo. 1, 2 on Echo. 16 and a 6.
That's miss.
Okay, and then 2 on Diana. 17 and 19.
19 hits.
Alright, 8 piercing. And then the final 2 on Diana. Both miss.
Does miss.
Alright, so that is yellow group. We're back up at the top. Now, at this point, the commotion is very clearly going on inside of the house. They have not come out yet, but you imagine that it won't be long until they emerge, or you can always head in at the end of this round. It's up to you. It's your turn.
Yeah, sounds good. We'll have Echo attack first, because if I'm within 5 feet, gets advantage.
Wonderful.
Fight. 2 16s.
2 16s, both of them will hit.
Okay. Is that forward?
2 8s. Yeah.
Very
It's
equal rolls.
equal rolls. On the same one?
Yeah. If it kills it, if it doesn't kill it, then
Yeah.
Same one.
So both of those will be needed to be spent on the same one to kill it. So it goes down. He tears into them. He seems very happy and excited.
Like, fetching the stick.
Exactly.
And then 1, 2, and offhand attack.
Alright. All of those are going to hit. The 11 will kill it outright. They have 11 HP. So you're going to have to... You can kill 2 in this round.
Okay. And then there's 2 left.
2 left.
Okay. I will stay engaged with these for now, and I'll just say to Redmond, I don't think you're gonna fare much longer if these things just shooting enemies at you. You go inside and deal with the druids.
I shall. Wise words there.
That's the end of my turn.
Alright. Redmond, it is your turn.
How much movement will it take to go inside?
To get to the front doors, it'll be about 30 feet. I will move us temporarily to the close-up version. So the central map is the ground floor. It'll take you 30 feet to get... this is upside down from the previous map. It'll take you 30 feet to get to the front door, which is right here.
Okay, I would like to go to the front door, then dash, and then... Wait, is the front door open?
It is locked, or it is closed. You would have to tell when you get up there.
Okay, I would go up there, and then I would try the front door.
You can see that the handle is broken, so you can just shove it open.
Okay, brilliant. And then I would like
Yeah,
to dash.
within you see some creatures. Sorry. You know what? I will bring your token over
Yes, please.
from the previous map, since you are now inside. Or did you drop it on?
No, as a new token. It's fine. If you want to copy
Okay.
it into this one, that's
I can do that.
Wunderbar.
You are so big. There you go. So as you bash through the door, you see 2 in here. They look different than the ones that are outside. They're shorter for starters, and they are covered in just very small thorns that are sort of all jammed together, jumbled. They look almost like halflings, but made of twigs.
That is...
And they look up at you when you come in, and they shriek horrifically with these little, like mouse-like shrieks.
Fair enough. And I'll dodge as an action.
Okay. So you stand in the doorway and do a dodge. This room you can see is a barrel... A doge. You can see that this room is a barrel maker's workshop. There are barrel making equipment as well as partially built barrels all over the place, and then 2 workstations.
Just, perfect, thank you.
We come next to Ilena's turn. So Ilena, you saw Redmond rush towards the house, but you are still outside. There's still combat going on. What would you like to do?
Okay, so how many still around? Me, they're all dead, right? So
Yes.
Doesn't engage. Okay.
Volk was kind enough to take them out.
I'll I'll drop the moonbeam and shield of faith myself. this
Okay.
time.
Just burning through all the concentrations.
True. And I'll go. Can I get to the red group here?
Yes, very easily. They're only like 10 feet away from you at this point.
Alrighty. So I'll try to murder the red group to attack.
Alright.
Do I see me up? No, I'm not blessed. That's a 17.
Okay, both of those will hit. They're not hard to hit.
Then it'll be 8. And
Okay, you can take out one of them with that damage.
okay. Then I'll take one of them.
It did. It did. So Rory, you have been pelted with thorns up in the air. You can see that the blights outside are going down pretty quickly. But you can see that the fight is beginning to move inside. So what would you like to do, exposed as you are, up in the air?
Well, first things first, I'm gonna go down next to Ireena.
Okay.
My dear, little help? As I start plucking some of the thorns from me.
She says, "Oh, sweetheart, what happened to you? Come here, let me kiss it better." And so she full on like Will and Elizabeth on the deck of a ship kisses you and restores however much hit points you would like to give yourself.
So, while she does that, I grab my crossbow and just shoot it as she, smooches, and shoot one that's close to us.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. That knocks out the remaining red one, I assume.
Most likely.
Yep.
She will keep a bit of her healing. She will get me that should be fine enough.
That works. So that is both of your actions. Any movement Ireena would like to do.
And I guess I still have my bonus action movement, so Ireena and I would move towards the house in a way that we are a bit more shielded from the other.
Okay. So then you would probably be dropped onto the other map. So you can place yourself behind Redmond.
Did I find them? Oh yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Middle of the
Oh,
map. Yeah.
Okay.
You can see that beyond the door, there is a closed garage style door to which you would assume to be like a wagon garage here. And then, of course, the rest of the front of the house is open to you. There's a porch over here with vats. Big area. A veranda. There's a veranda this way. Resting on a flagstone veranda are 3 5-foot diameter wooden tubs, the inside stained with grape juice. Each tub has a short ladder bolted to its side and a catch basin tucked beneath. And behind the veranda is a large set of sliding wooden doors and a normal sized wooden door. There are stone pillars and archers supporting the upper floor. And then over here, yeah, like I said, this is a loading dock, and the big garage door is currently shut. That is what you see in this place. Jump back to the other map, as it is the Blight's turns.
Boy.
So red group is dead on this map. Blue group is 2 remaining. So now that they're in melee with you, they're going to simply do their claw attacks. So that is 1, 2 on Echo.
Oh no, that was about that.
No. So that's 11.
One of them was sold out by the 8 then.
Okay. And then there is 2 on Diana. Both miss.
That's miss.
That is blue group's turn. Green group is going to go. Green group is out. Orange group goes. Orange group is still full. So they are going to approach and enter into melee with Volk and Elvir.
Elvir is the only one that's up forward. Both
Oh.
back.
Okay. In that case, we'll get...
Ranged attack.
That's right. You cast Erupting Earth. So they're going to get close enough that they can take ranged shots at you, and they're going to engage with melee with Elvir. So we're going to get 2 of them will attack Elvir. 1, 2. Does a 16 hit? I think a 16 will hit.
12.
Yeah, so that's a 4. And then 2 more on Elvir. That's going to be 14 damage.
14 total?
Yes.
Okay. Oh no, that's 18 total because of the first one that hit. So that's
Thank you.
math.
Math. Not my strong suit at the best of times.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, so they run at Elvir, raking their claws over him. The other 3 are going to take shots at you, Volk. Jesus.
Oh,
God damn.
Spencer!
How am I rolling this well?
But if you roll like 20 attacks, one of them on a crit, right? Spencer, those weighted dice, goddammit.
Alright, you still up?
alright. 7 plus 4 is 11. Plus 12 is 23? Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay, then they're going to follow up with 2 more. Both miss. And 2 more. Both miss.
Oh, that was all miss.
So that was Orange Group, and then it is your turn, Volk.
Well, I'm going to get a little... What's the word? Revenge for that.
Another Erupting Earth. So we're going to get 5 saves. It doesn't matter, actually. Yeah, no matter what happens, they die. Yeah. So you took out the Orange Group.
So Volk looks at them and I'm like, well, you're gonna regret this. Right. And,
Yeah.
they all get crushed.
The earth is turned up and they're crushed, and you can see the bits of the vineyard trellises sticking out of them as they get speared and crushed. And Elvir sees this happen for the second time, and he just shakes his head. He's like, "Holy crap! You're so powerful."
Are you alright?
I will be. And if I may suggest, he would like to shoot he hasn't taken an action yet, has he?
No, he hasn't.
Then he will say to you, I can show you what I can do.
Well, go ahead.
So he is going to crossbow shot the red group. No, red group's gone. Yellow group on the roof.
Alright, that would be
7 piercing, and that'll hit.
120. Oh. That'll be it. That's all we can do. He'll move back, I guess.
Alright. Take some cover
Fly back.
with the rest of the group. Beautiful. Then we get purple and yellow's turns. Purple's gone. Yellow is up on the roof. So yellow is going to descend, and actually we will jump to the other map as they're going to descend into melee with the group down there.
Let's go. We'll get
Da 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 da. Move the thingy. They're so big now. They're little again.
Oh, wow.
Alright. So 2 on Ireena. We get claw.
First one hits.
First one hits for 6 piercing. Next one is going to attack Rory with a claw and a claw.
First
That's
one
a
hits
6.
once again.
And another 2 on Rory. A 9. And then we're going to get 3 attacks, or 3 of them are going to attack Redmond. Yes.
That is exactly how much I got hit for. Lovely.
Alright.
Hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4. 18. Yeah. And 2 more. All misses. So they all swing and miss, but they are now engaged with you up close and personal. Diana, it is your turn.
Oh Okay, let's these guys. Um,
So there are 2 still remaining. They are fresh.
yeah. We'll go with Echo's attacks. Yeah.
Okay.
A 12. That actually is still advantage, so 22.
Both are gonna hit.
50. So, I get also.
Kills 1. There's 1 more for you.
And then. Oh. Does that.
Sadly, no.
Is that the first time we've missed?
It's the first time you've missed, I think, ever.
First time I've missed. 15.
Yeah, 15 will hit. And that is enough to take it out. So you are welcome to move up closer to the house if you would like to at this point. All of the blights outside on the big map are dealt with.
Okay, nice. Yeah, me and Echo will move up.
Okay. In that case, we can move permanently to the next map. You can drag yourselves onto the map again this time if you would like to. As you approach, I should say. Yes.
Whereabouts would we be? Just like behind you?
Probably behind them, yeah, if you're headed in this direction.
We'd be able to get that far.
Yeah. And then it is Redmond's turn. So Redmond, you are looking in at a couple of small blights. You are surrounded by needle blights on the outside. What would you like to do?
I would like to swing. I'd like to swing my greatsword. Tree.
Swing, swing.
I would like to swing it at +2.
Okay, go for it.
14.
That'll hit. And 12 will take it out.
Brilliant. And then another.
Alright, and then another takeout. Boom, boom.
Just like
Smacking him out. Smacking him down.
I feel manage it.
Okay, you can certainly do that.
I think another 4 plus I can't shoot that's it.
You do not leave his range.
Oh shit.
This is back to 5-foot squares. So you simply move closer to it. Irena's turn. So Ireena, you can rush up and join us on this map.
Alright, yes, I will. Like, this will be my whole movement? I would say?
No, 30 feet will get you there. You were at the same spot that Redmond was previously, so 30 movement will get you to the door.
Ireena is small.
Very small.
So, yeah, I'll get there and I'll try to attack the blight.
Go for it.
So I'll attack this one first. With my scimitar. That's an 18.
18 will hit.
I'll smite first level.
Hey, there you go. That is enough to take it out.
And then I'll hit the one next to it. 15.
Also hits.
I will not smite because I have
Alright.
not enough spell slots.
It is still up.
Alrighty then, that is my turn.
Alright. Rory, you are badly hurt. And there are many blights all around. What would you like to do?
First one is going to get a stab from the silver breastplate. Haven't used it in some time, but good spot from the other way.
A stabby.
So, one on left gets absolutely obliterated.
Absolutely obliterated. Boom.
Oh my god.
It shines with light as you stab into it, and it just explodes into ash.
Nice. Then the next one is going to get just quickly draw my parrying dagger and smack that one.
Alright.
No sneak damage on that one though.
That will hit it, and it is dead because it previously took some damage. There we go.
Yeah. Let's go.
The vine blights are all dead.
So I go here, and that's all I can do.
Alright.
And then Ireena will join me, push past you a bit, and attack that thing that is on the top.
Certainly can. It tries to grab at her as she approaches it, and she can stab at it with her sword. Yeah. First one they will not hit. Second one will hit and kill it.
Oh. I guess I don't have to smite.
Nope. These ones are significantly weaker than the ones that were outside.
That's it.
Alright. Then we come to the groups. Red group goes first. So this fellow is going to claw at Redmond. Just the one. It's a 10. It is nothing. But it has some friends. So beyond the door, Redmond, you can hear some skittering. And then all of a sudden the door slams open and you can see another one of these blights on the other side of the door.
This is
It is going to run forward and attack Ireena. A 12. Nothing. But you can see in the other room, there are 3 more of these creatures up on the balcony. Boop, there we go. 3 more of these little twig blights, and they are going to pick up little bits of barrel, and they're going to try to throw them at you. Now you are out of range, so it's going to be with disadvantage. Advantage toggle. Disadvantage. This is improvised weapon at range, so it's going to be dexterity. What's that?
Where are people right here that's going on right now?
So Redmond is in the barrel maker's shop, right here.
Right.
Yep, and
And
through.
these guys that are attacking him are
Oh, there isn't a door there.
they don't have line of sight.
Never mind.
Yeah,
You don't see any of that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought there was a door there. Forget, you saw nothing. You saw nothing. This door opened. And through there, you could see a warehouse full of barrel storage. And in here is a bunch of blights that belong to a different group. The blue group, which is next. Token layer.
Three-man group.
Token layer. Token layer. There we go. I'm so sorry about that. That's embarrassing.
No, it's okay.
Alright.
So, this fellow is going to gum up the works, and he is going to try to take a slash at Redmond.
20 hits.
20 hits for 8 piercing. Its fellows cannot get through. So one of them is going to run this way and disappear. And one of them is going to head up the stairs and disappear.
Away shots.
Then we come to the green group. Green group is over there doing some things. Orange group is next. They are over there doing some things. Yes, so we come to Volk's turn. Volk and Elvir.
Alright. Yes. One second. I do not have one muted.
What would you like to do?
Yeah, no, I was just looking at my wild shapes.
Okay.
There's no really good way of sorting them or filtering them, so that's just having a bit of an issue.
Sorry.
So Volk is going to look at Elvir and be like, well, you know the way to the basement where your family is.
I do.
Might be a good.
We are going to head to...
What's the quickest way to the basement from here? Basically. If we can free them, they can help us, maybe. Or
That
maybe
would
prevent
be-
them from being hurt.
he says it is around back in the glassblower's shop.
Alright.
So if you would like to circle around the house, He's referencing an area back here.
Alright. So Volk is going to... I guess Diana's the closest one they can see. Just telepathically. I'm going to go to family and protect them from danger. I'll meet you in the back of the house.
Begin making your way back there.
Volk is going to bonus action, turn themselves into a warhorse. And carry Elvir 60 feet.
All right.
That's,
That works.
30, 40, 50, 60.
I should drop in the overhead what they look like. So he is in hybrid form right now.
Yes. I'm just going to use the riding horse picture because
There you
there's
go.
no more horse. I just look like a horse.
Yeah. So he looks like,
That is so cool.
yeah, if you could imagine a person with a raven features, essentially. A raven with 2 feet, but one of the feet are up near its shoulders.
That's so cool.
So there's a giant raven man on the back of this giant horse, and they run around the side of the house, charging towards the back.
Yeah.
Why are you on the initiative tracker twice?
Because I wanted a thing that would make me glow. Because when we switched to the new page, we stopped showing up on the glowy thing.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. Just get the second one.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm just gonna be underneath this horse.
Purple group.
Oh, I got extra health points, didn't
There we go.
I?
Okay. Purple group goes. Purple group is doing their thing. Yellow group goes. There is yellow group over there. They are also going to continue doing their thing, which none of you can tell at this point. Diana, it is back to the top of the order.
Alright, so no, like, nothing climbing on the walls or anything, like, the yellow group.
Not anymore. Yellow group came down and was decimated by Rory and Ireena. And Ilena.
I will... Let's see, how's Red looking? So I can see it.
Red is looking tired, but kind of okay actually. Yeah, surviving.
Okay, and Ireena's not looking the best, right?
Looking like they are pretty worn out, or rather covered in blood.
Okay, I'm gonna... I can't like get in and get out without taking opportunity attacks. So I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire
Okay.
in a 20-foot cube there.
Gotcha. Okay. So do you see glowing through the walls?
No, it's just
Okay.
lights. But anything that is in there.
Yeah.
would get it.
So we're going to get 4 saving throws because there are 4 blights in that cube. And that's a Dex saving throw.
Yep. This is incredibly low DC.
1,
It uses my
2,
charisma modifier. So
3,
it's like,
4. So it looks like we're going to have 2 successes unless...
what would it be? 8 plus 3 minus 1. So 3
Okay, so 10.
successes.
So 3 successes. Yep. So if we go left to right in clockwise, that's boop, 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 boop. So the one that fails is actually the one that's in the room. So Redmond, the one that is right in front of you begins glowing. It is fairy fired.
Are there any like balconies we can get into?
Well, there's a garage door over here. There's a veranda over here. There aren't any balconies that you can see on the outside of the house, but this is the sort of house construction. It's made of very large stones, so you would be able to pull yourself up the house pretty easily if you wanted to get up on the roof.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna stay where I am. Echo's going to stand by the door, but wait as well. I'm gonna. He tries to start to go in, and then it clicks him to come back.
Yep, he will click in return in that sort of batty way, and of course his nose flaps are twitching wildly with all these smells.
Okay, yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Okay, Redmond Gill. What you gonna do?
I am just going to swipe. I'm going to stack. I want to attack the one right in front of me with advantage.
Okay, you can certainly do that.
9.
It is so dead.
Nice. Actually dead. And then I would like to see...
Yeah, that is more than double its HP in the negatives.
Nice. And then I would like to move forward.
Yep.
And hit this one to my right.
Yep, you can swing into the doorway.
Or...
That'll be a miss, unfortunately.
Name 12 doesn't hit?
No.
Okay, that's fine. And then I would like to... There's an action to overrun. So I'll overrun it.
Okay. We come to Ilena's turn.
Okay, so let me see. I can get here, right?
Yes. These ones have a little higher AC because their dex is higher than the Vine Blights, but they have significantly less health. That's why it's harder to hit these ones, but they go down faster.
Then I'll get one attack of this.
Okay.
A red one. Where is it?
That'll hit.
That's 9.
Yeah, it's done.
Nice.
And one of the other one.
Alright.
That's 11.
A miss, sadly. This one, it's being super dodgy. It's hard to get a handle on. It's small, it's lithe, it's made of twigs. It's chittering at you madly. Anything else? Any bonus actions?
Let me see, but I don't think that I have. No, I don't have any effects.
Alright. In that case, we come to Rory's turn.
Ireena's gonna come forward, swing the sword at the thing.
That'll hit. That kills it as well.
Hit that Redmond. And then she goes in here, and can she see anything else?
Inside the barrel shop? Or Ireena's going into the barrel storage? Yes, there's a spiral staircase going upward, and through the doors, the set of double doors in here that the twig blight went through, she can now see that the twig blight, there we go, it has run in here, and it is currently looking up to the balcony in here, chittering wildly, and she can see that there is another twig blight on the balcony that is chittering back at it.
Well, how convenient, because she has like 15 feet movement and one more attack, so she's
Yeah.
gonna go rush in and smack
Yeah.
one, maybe not.
Yikes. That's a miss. Could I get a... What's her passive, I should say?
Ireena's?
Yeah.
12.
12?
It won't matter in like 5 seconds.
Fair enough. Never mind then.
Rory coming,
That's true.
so
Yeah, she wouldn't be able to spot them.
she's well, actually, well, I think this 5. No, what are they? 5, 15, 20, 25, and then she can squeeze past here.
There you go.
So she's here.
Yeah. So what Rory sees with her crazy passive, there are a number of twig blights up on the balcony. They are doing their best to hide.
Yeah, just point them out to Ireena, like that, like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then
In addition, I should point out, since I fucked it up, the person who's chittering back at the twig blight, you mistake it for a twig bite, but it's actually a very small person who just looks like a blight because they're covered in so much trash.
That changes things.
Yes.
I don't have the thing where I still get my.
So this one is a druid.
I wonder. Is it worth it? I have range because my whip is very long, but I don't get sneak attack. I'm gonna use my session advantage. We still have that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my session advantage. I'm gonna get out my morning start and
Okay.
try to smack the druid.
All right.
with it.
Swing at the druid.
I'm guessing it is not a Fido undead.
It is not. It is a humanoid.
I
Yeah.
forgot something. I first do my. I forgot that I have that somehow. I'm first gonna curse it.
Okay.
I forgot I have this. So it has to do.
So we need a charisma save. Druid character sheet, charisma save. It is not proficient. That's a 2.
So it's basically Bane on it.
It
and
is
means I have to
baned.
do 7 more damage. So that is 22 radiant damage and 6 bludgeoning for 28 total.
Okay. Okay, so it is still up. And it is blighted, so we're going to add a little snail. Yes, so this is what you see. Then the bad guys get to go. So these twig blights are going to start hurling bits of barrel down at you. They're improvised weapons with a range, so that's a miss on Rory, and then another one on Rory. That's a miss, and then one on Ireena is a miss. Yeah, so at this point, there's some shuffling. You hear the slamming of a door, and then approaching from a different room is another twig blight. This one is going to take one more thrown attack just to see if it works. As a miss as well.
That's a mess.
So that is... I did. Back outside when it was the tougher blights. Then we come to the blue group. The blue man group. So blue man group. First up, the twig blight is going to attack Ireena. That's a claws attack. Ooh.
Oh boy.
Is her AC 19?
Ireena's AC is
18? So that's 4 piercing on Ireena.
8. She's very low.
Mm-hmm.
So is Rory. They're a bit in the
Yes.
back.
Now, a blight you didn't see because of line of sight approaches from around the barrel that it was hiding behind, and it is going to rush at you, Rory, and wildly swing at you with its little claw fingers.
Nope.
Nope. But it is the druid's turn.
Uh-oh.
So, where is the druid stat block? There it is.
That will be failed.
Probably.
I'm tanked now.
So it is going to...
Not much.
Is going to... It is actually going to hop down into the room. It is going to hop onto the barrel, then hop down onto the ground. And then it is going to blast a thunder wave at the two of you and its friends.
It will most likely be enough for us not to know.
So, thunder wave at level 1, because that's all it can do. That's a DC 12 for half.
Constitution. Well, Ireena's down.
Okay. Both of the blights die.
And Rory is almost down.
Alright.
Fucking druid. It's always the druids.
So, the druid hops down and is going to say some words in Sylvan at you.
Irena gets knocked back 10 feet.
Yes. She gets blasted back into the other room and smashes into a barrel. Yeah. So it says some words in Sylvan and then pushes its hands forward, and you get blasted back. There's a loud, thunderous crack in the night, or in the morning, and you're blasted backwards. Additionally, the other blights are going to move in the blue group. So Diana, coming from around the edge of the building, you see blights approaching you. That is as far as that one can get, and then we get 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's going to dash to get right up on you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50. Dash to get right on you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. I believe they only have 25 feet of movement. 20 feet of movement. Oh, actually, so they're all 1 foot back, or 1 square back. So they are running at you. But they cannot quite get to you. Green group's turn. So they see that Rory is down. They're not particularly interested in messing with any of that. Alright, so a bunch of improvised barrel thrown weapons are going to come at you. Boom.
Nope.
Boom.
Nope.
Boom.
Nope.
Okay. So they completely whiff it.
Pretty sure I can't use my uncanny dodge on that or something.
On the Thunderwave?
Not an attack because of it.
No, it's an area of effect.
Yeah.
Now, the other blights in the green group are going to hang out where they are, hidden. So we come to, next in the order is the orange group. At this point, you hear the fluttering sounds of wings. Yes, through the roof of this room with all the vats, 4 swarms of ravens appear.
Ooh, interesting.
To help you.
Even more interesting.
So let's go. It'll move into this space, into this space. This one will attack the Druid, and this one will attack this group. I need to open up the token or the character sheet for them. So these swarms of ravens come rushing in, and they're going to move into the spaces of these creatures, and they're going to attack. So we get on the blight, that's a hit and a kill. On the blight, a hit and a kill. The other blight, hit and a kill. And the druid, a hit and a kill. So these swarms of ravens come in, and they just decimate the remaining members of this group. Maybe it's just like when they're coming in from outside. It's just they're so powerful when they're outside. So these swarms of ravens come in to help you. In addition,
They don't decimate, they destroy.
Destroy.
Decimate implies only 10% resistance to destroy.
That's true. That's true. Rory, you have smashed up against this door here. Now I'm going to need you to make an active perception check, as you are a little dazed, so I need to see how well you're listening. It's a hearing check, so you don't get the advantage. Okay. You can hear commands being given beyond that door. They are authoritative commands, and there's a rumbling quality to them, as if this is somebody important. That is on the other side of the door. This would bring us to Volk and Elfir's turn, as you are crossing around behind the building.
Yes, so we continue. Another 10, 20, 30, 40.
Yep. So you can see, Elvir will point out to you. He will say in his raveny way, "That is the glassblower's shop. The stairs to the basement are in there."
Volk, realizing that as a horse, there's no way they're getting through that door, drops form.
That works.
And I've moved 40 feet, which is faster than my regular speed,
Yep.
so I'm happy
So,
with that.
if I may, you transform mid-stride and you just sort of run into the door because you have so much momentum.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we,
Yeah, the door is shut. The door is shut. When Elvier opens it, you can see that there are more twig blights inside. They are rifling through the glass blowing equipment, and they are going to turn and look at you as if they've been caught, pilfering the cookie jar, so to speak.
I have an action still.
You do, as does Elvier.
Yeah. So I think Elvier is going to be like, better shoot it.
Yeah, that takes one out.
That,
First one? Or you want to go for the far one?
the furthest one away, I guess.
Furthest one?
And what do I Volk has been told not to light anything on fire. So they are not going to light anything on
Surprising
fire.
amount of self-control.
As much as they really want to, they're gonna cast it.
Alright. So, which one... Oh, it's 5 foot radius, so you have both of them, won't you?
It's 5 foot radius, so I'm just gonna
Yeah.
put it, like, basically right between them.
That is a con save.
It's easy. They both fail.
Both
so
dead.
Both take 13
Also, they only have
damage.
4 HP, so it doesn't matter. They are disintegrated with radiant light.
We make a good team.
Yeah. He looks at you and smiles. He says, "We certainly do." Or his beak smiles and he says, "We certainly do." So inside of the glassblower shop, of course, you can see there's lots of glass bottles, lots of glassblowing equipment, a furnace. There's a window and a door leading into the area where everybody else is, as well as a set of stairs going down. Purple group.
Well, I guess we're going to do
Purple group.
But we can't wait.
There. Purple group is there. Okay, purple group does their thing. Yellow group goes. Yellow group is over there. They also do their thing. Diana, it is your turn.
Hey, I'm gonna go for these guys with some funnels.
Yes.
Bite.
Alright.
So, yeah.
Does a bite. It is dead.
If the first one kills it, then 6 damage on the other one.
That is also enough to kill it. Echo took out 2 of them.
Then, yeah. And then gonna step here. 1, 2, just first.
First one, both of them hit. They both die.
Okay.
Yeah. So now that you are on this side, you can actually see onto the veranda more clearly. I already described it all. There are vats out here for crushing the grapes, currently abandoned.
Okay. Are there any more quick bites that would be coming?
Not from this direction. Not that you can see.
Okay. I've got 20. I can basically just get back to where I was.
hmm
I'm at 15. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'll go over there.
Alright.
And Echo will follow closely behind. He has 40 feet of movement, so he can get like just in front of me.
Alright. So he stands protectively in front of you, wagging his little behind. Looks all the world as if no time has passed.
Yeah. Oh, so sweet. Oh, that's the end of my turn.
Alright. Redmond, you get to go.
So is that's in the barrel?
Yes. So she smashed into a barrel and is currently unconscious. You can see her bleeding there.
Okay. Does she have a potion on her?
That is a good question. Does she have any healing potions on her?
I don't think we own any healing potions at all.
I'll shout at Ilena. Ilena! You take care. 10, 15, 20.
Mhm.
Touches drinking everything, if that's okay.
This is a friend. This is a swarm of ravens.
And then, oh, yes.
Yes.
So just okay.
Yes, it's hard to see. This I made this map very small, which means all the icons are very large.
And then I'd like to go out to the lights of the corner.
Yeah, they're on a balcony.
How high up is that?
It is up on the second floor. So that would be in here about 10 feet.
Can I jump and stand at the bottom of the balcony?
You certainly could. You could also attempt to climb the barrels. These vats are about 8 feet tall. They end sort of right at the bottom of the next level. Yep. So you can get yourself up there. So you can move yourself up over here if you'd like to the second floor. I guess I should move the tokens over there, since now that you're up there, it matters that they are on the balcony.
That's true.
Boop. Maps, not my strong suit. Yes, so you are now on top of the vat over here. Right there.
Perfect. And so I'm just going 1, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I can get up, right? Can I reach them from the back?
You would be able to reach at least one of them, yes.
Brilliant. I will like to swipe it.
Alright, go for it. 11, not quite enough.
There we go.
That'll hit. Yeah, so you destroy this twig blight, and the others look at you terrified.
Good shit.
You can see that at their feet, each of them has a little jug with 3 X's on it.
Oh. Okay.
Oh no.
So that is Redmond's turn.
It might as well be red barrels.
You could take from that what you will. Ilena, it is your turn.
Alrighty, then I will, I'll pass here, here,
Mhm.
give Ireena 15 HP. A 3 lay in hand.
Ooh.
I know. A light, as the kind of the dagger hand touches her head, a greenish light envelops her, restoring her to life and consciousness. And then I would like to get up the
You
stairs
certainly can.
here.
You are there. These swarms of raven are looking at you with bits of twigs in their mouths. Yeah. And there are twig blights on the other side that are looking very scared. If twigs can look scared.
That's an action. That's also an action, yeah. I am out of anything else.
Okay.
You can go.
Now we come to Rory and Ireena. So Rory, the door that you are smashed up against, you can hear voices of command coming from the other side. Ireena stirs inside of this broken barrel, and she can see peeking down the stairs at her is a twig blight from around the corner up here. It went to hide.
So Rory sees that there's 2 people there, so she's assuming Ireena is fine, but she still wants to go back to it. So
Okay.
she's gonna get back here
Okay.
to Ireena. Help her up, I guess.
Mhm.
And Does Rory see the trick light, or is she not?
Yes, it is peeking around. It looks like it started to climb up the stairs, but stopped to come and peek and see how the fight was going.
Well,
So it's peeking around the corner on the stairs.
it's not anymore.
It's not anymore. You destroy it in a burst of light. It is gone.
Bonus action with Ireena had. Ireena used her action second level heal when someone
All right.
417. Hey, Rory's not almost dead now.
Yeah, and then she will say, "Don't die, again."
Says you were the one that were I don't know, okay.
Yeah, but I got better.
We always do. How about we head to the trap for a second here?
All right. Okay. Red group's turn. So there is one lone twig blight left in the red group. It is currently being told what to do. So this twig blight is going to burst onto the balcony over here. Boom. And it is going to use its movement to get to one of the little bottles with the 3 X's, and it is going to pick it up as its free object interaction, and then it is going to run back through the door with his dash. Back out of sight. Well, not quite out of sight. It's in the doorway running away with one of these bottles. And then we come to the blue group's turn. Blue group. I don't think we have anybody left of the blue group.
I think that is that too.
Yeah, blue group is done. So we can get rid of the blue group initiative tracker. Green group's turn. There are a few of the green group still hanging around. So running like a madman, Twig Blight is going to expose itself from its hiding spot in this vat, and it is going to run at the swarm of ravens. And it is going to attempt to hit the swarm of ravens. We'll see if it hits the swarm of ravens. Claws. Nope. Swing and a miss. Then the other green twig blight has no way to really get to anybody to be any help. So I guess it's gonna do a thing. So it goes and does a thing that none of you can see. Orange group's turn, which is the swarm of ravens. So the swarm of ravens is going to move into this twig blight's space. Going to peck at it. It is done.
Yeah.
It is so done.
It was the same one that killed the Druid before.
MVP.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah. The swarms upstairs are going to move into these spaces. I believe they have 25 feet of movement. No, 50 feet of movement flying. So boom, boom, boom. We get 3 attacks. I imagine they'll all hit because I am rolling really well on these ravens. Yep. All these twig blights are gone too.
These ravens, Sam.
This ravens.
That's so Raven.
I didn't cook today. It's a leader.
I stole it.
Whatever.
We're done. Volk, you are standing in the glass blower shop amidst the remains of twig blights. You can see the stairs are leading downwards. There's a set of doors leading back into the distillery, the aging room where they age the wine. What would you like to do?
I forgot that the were-raven regenerates. I believe he's had 2 turns.
Since he's been damaged, I think so. That sounds about right. Because you transformed and ran around, then you moved in. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's back at full.
Yay.
Because that's 20 points, and he just left the 20. That just wanted to get that communicated.
Okay.
We're gonna go down the stairs.
All right. That would be down here. There is a door at the bottom. It is hanging slightly ajar, so it would not be hard to open it.
Okay.
It's
So,
down here.
Yes. So we go down there, and I'm just gonna like look before I do anything.
Okay. So you peer into the room. Immediately apparent, you can make a perception check as well. But immediately apparent, there's a twig blight, a vine blight, right on the inside of the door, and there's another one over here. They are currently looking. It's as if they're searching for something. But if you could do a perception check to see what else you can tell about this room.
Yeah, I will do that. Perception. That's a not a very good roll, but a 12.
12, okay. Wooden pillars and beams support this 10-foot high ceiling of this ice-cold cellar, which is split in two by a 5-foot thick wall. There's a thin mist clinging to the floor, and each half of the cellar features an 8-foot tall wooden partition that doubles as a wine rack. This side is full. And you can see that with a 12, there are other things moving on the other side, but with just your quick glance, it's hard to tell how many there are. But there are more in here.
Trying to make a decision here.
Also, we are approaching time, so
yeah, I know.
we may need to break this combat in between sessions.
Yeah, we don't. It doesn't look like we're near the end yet. Volk is gonna glance at Elvir and then burst through the door.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna burst through the door.
Yeah. So once you burst through, it is easy to see over here and over here. You can see there are some more blights. There are others on the other side, but you can't make them out because there's 2 layers of full wine bottles between you.
Yep. And they are going to. What's the range on this? Yeah, so they're going to take another step forward and tell Elvir to step back a little.
Okay.
So Elvir is going to step back a little. And then they're going to cast Earth Tremor.
Okay.
Hi!
1! Damn it. Alright, so we're going to need some dex saves.
Maybe not quite enough.
Dex off of the Druid you don't see is fine. And then the Needle Blights.
I can't believe it.
1, 2. Okay, so first one fails, second one succeeds, third one
There's at least 3
succeeds, fourth one.
fails with a 14.
Oh, sorry.
A 14 fails.
You are correct. A 2
Don't take this away.
and a 16. Okay, so that's going to be 3 failures. So this one takes 1 damage and falls prone.
Well, at least they're knocked prone.
Yep. Where's a good prone icon? There we go. Prone. This one takes 1 and falls prone.
I think upon seeing that they did basically no damage, Volk was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
And this one fell.
And then Elvir will rush in and bite.
There you go. Yep. So it comes at this vine, or he comes at this vine blade and pecks at it. He hits it, doing 4 piercing damage. It is still standing though. These are a little more substantial than the twig blades.
He misses.
Okay.
Wait, no, he has advantage because it's prone.
You're right.
That's it.
Yeah. That is enough to take it out.
Nice.
So he kills it. Yeah. Now up next.
1 damage.
Up next is the purple team. So this blight is gonna spend its move action to stand back up, and then it is going to. What's that?
Electroma is an action, so as a bonus action, I'm gonna transform into something.
Okay. What would you like to transform into?
Cave bear.
Okay. So you become large.
Yeah.
So you are now within melee as it stands up. So it is going to swing its claws at you. 16 hit a cave bear?
With a 12 AC, yes.
Okay, so that's 9 piercing from the needle blade. This one is going to move forward, also going to attack. Okay, a 20 will do it with a 4 piercing. This one is going to use its movement to stand up. And then it is going to use the remainder of its actions to get up in Elvir's face, but it can't do any more actions. And you can now see, you can hear chanting from the other side as the remaining needle blight is going to run around to this corner and throw some needles at Elvir. I think both of those hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to be 18. Why am I rolling so high? This is insane. So that's 18 damage on Elvir. And then the Druid is going to go. Now the Druid is going to cast a spell. It's going to cast...
Oh, look, it's back to 13 again.
Yeah. Entangle. So it is going to center this between the two of you. And the ground is going to erupt with vines as he tries to grab you and hold you in place to give advantage to his friends. So let's get a strength saving throw from you guys. And I will do one for 15-foot radius, I believe.
Strength.
20-foot square, sorry.
Plus 5.
So that's... Only one of them will need to make it. One of the needle blades will need to make the save.
The bear rolls an 18.
Needle blade succeeds. Bear is fine. And how about Elvir? Elvir is also fine. So the area... I'll make it purple. So this area is now difficult terrain.
Okay.
Not that difficult terrain really matters, but that is the Druid's turn. Now we jump to Yellow Team's turn. So Diana, you hear the breaking of glass up above you. And on the second floor, dropping down from the second floor, is a vine blight. It lands right in front of you, taking a d6 from the drop.
I would love if it just died from this.
5. Nearly. Oh, this isn't... I'm sorry. This isn't a vine blight. This is the other kind of blight. Oh, no, this is a vine blight. The ones... They're needle blights that you were fighting before. This is the vine blight. This is the scary kind of blight. So it takes 5 from the fall. And then it is going to attack you. So it is going to... Oh, it needs to do its entangling plants roll first, doesn't it?
Oh, fuck.
Yep, entangling. So a 15-foot radius centered on the blight becomes filled with grasping roots and vines. So I am going to need the two of you to make strength saving throws, or become restrained.
That balance. 26.
She's okay.
I don't think Diana can be restrained anyways, can she?
She can't. She just has to use 5 feet of movement to get out. He is also fine. Yeah. Echo is also fine. So, for not, your feet are entangled with these fairly slack vines, and then it is going to attempt to grab onto you with its long, tangly fingers.
That misses.
That misses. Yes, and that is it. It can't do much more on its turn. However, the other Vine Blight that drops can do things.
Ooh.
So another Vine Blight drops, taking another 1d6. Only 3 this time. And then that's a 1. So it can't do its entangling vines, but it is going to get to attack you. Fall damage is 1d6, right? Did I get that wrong?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is
1d6 per 10 feet. Yeah. So that's 5. A crit fail. It misses you as well. The Druid, however, is going to poke its head out the window. That's up here. Token layer. It is going to poke its head out the window, and it is going to blast a thunder wave down at you and the 2 Vine Blades. Echo should be fine.
Okay.
So,
That's save.
con save indeed.
Ooh. So what's
Ooh, a crit fail. So that's going to be 8 thunder damage, and you are pushed 10 feet backwards, which, from the perspective of the Druid, is flat into the ground. So we'll say you fall prone as it smashes you into the ground. Then the Twig Blights need to save. 2 fails. So they are blasted back into the ground as well, and they also take 8 damage.
These guys don't really care about collateral damage either.
Well, to be fair, these are magical constructs.
You can just make more.
They're also evil. They
Also that.
Strahd.
Yeah.
So,
They didn't have much advanced damage when they killed Ireena.
nope. Although they came to regret that when Rory ripped one of their throats out. So that is yellow turns. That Druid is then going to step back into the room and get some cover. We come to Diana's turn next. So Diana, you are prone on the ground. Not a problem for you with your Dancer's Grace.
Yeah, she stands up, shakes off any like days from being slammed into the ground, and is going to attack these guys.
Go for it.
One advantage.
With advantage, because they are prone.
I won't roll any more damage. So that would be a 21 for that one.
That'll hit.
I 1 second, I'm
Yeah.
being shouted at.
No worries.
I have to go.
23, and then the off
Yeah.
is 21.
Okay, so your first 2 attacks managed to kill the one right in front of you. The 21 will hit for 12 slashing on the other one. It's so funny when your offhand damage is the one that's the most.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's the same as the normal ones nowadays. So.
Yeah, it's with all the themes and
Yeah.
like styles them.
So Echo can step forward.
Like,
Bite
That'll hit.
and 8 damage, is that?
That is plenty enough to kill it. Yes, it has 3 HP left. It is done.
Absolutely.
Then, would it be possible for Echo has climbing speed? Would it be possible for him to climb up the pillars?
I would say so, yes. Given he's an Underdark creature, these are like poured concrete that they've sort of stood up, but he can do it because he's used to running around in caves.
Yeah, he's gonna bound up the pillars
Through the window?
that was digging into the concrete. I assume that puts them like up there.
Yeah, right here in the window. So he can see that the Druid has been hiding behind a desk, assuming this was going to happen.
Nice, okay. And then a bite.
Okay.
13 there.
13 will hit the Druid, yes.
Nice. so forth. But,
All right.
and is it possible? Would I don't know actually.
Well, what's your question?
Would it be possible for Diana to try and make her way up there somehow?
Yeah, it's going to be harder for you because this is essentially climbing a sheer vertical thing. But it's only 10 feet. So if you want to make an acrobatics roll to see, I'll set it at a medium difficulty, which I believe is a DC 13 for medium, or is it 15 for medium? 15, yeah. It's a DC 15 acrobatics.
Oh, she'll do it at that stage, so
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a little too slippery for you, so you can't quite make it.
Oh no. Oh, Echo's all of his own. You'll be
The goodest boy,
hopeful.
while he lasts.
I can give him some darkness. Don't say that. I can give him some darkness maybe next time. That's it.
Okay. Redmond, we come back to you at long last.
So I have an important question.
Yes, what is your important question?
Is this a window?
That is a window.
Can I jump through it?
You can absolutely jump through it.
Okay, so I don't want to go around the long way.
Yes.
And I want to. So I just want to.
Yeah, you knew they were headed to the back of the house. Yeah, you can smash through, and you can see there is a large chimney out here. Currently not smoking, but plenty of room for smoke to come through.
Brilliant. And so I would like to jump through the window.
Yeah, you jump through the window, you're on the roof.
And I would like to just roll down the side.
You can certainly do that. It's a controlled jump. The Vine Blights took the damage because they weren't carrying. They just want to get down there fast.
Crazy. And I would like to roll down this way.
Yep.
Here.
So you'd be over here.
Yep, and then I would like to dash.
Yes, you can certainly do that.
And then I'll jump down the stairs.
Way down up to the top of the map now. Or the very bottom of the map, I should say.
And then
To the whole map in one.
Yep, the whole map in one turn. Top to bottom.
Anything happen while I was gone?
Nope. Although Echo is facing down a druid by himself because Diana can't climb a sheer cliff. And Redmond has joined you and Elvira in the basement.
I think that's.
Oh, what you down here?
Don't question it.
There are bits of glass. There are bits of glass stuck on his armor. He jumped through a window.
Yeah, I jumped through the window. And now it's my turn.
All right. That brings us to Ilena's turn.
Okay.
You jumped through. Where's the window?
It's a long journey. He went from the top of the map to the bottom of the map.
Okay.
I'll repeat the red one. The red one.
Sure. He already broke the windows, so you're good. Yep.
How did you know we were in the basement?
You mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I told Diane.
Yep. And they would have heard because they were just on the other side of the door.
Side comment is actually a telekinetic.
Well, no, I told Diana telepathically.
That's a good point. Did you call it out, Diana? We can just assume.
She said it under her breath, so she said it out loud, I suppose, to memorize it. So I presume you guys would have heard that.
Unless we do want to be filthy metagame, unless we don't want to be filthy metagamers, and you can always head back right up to the second floor again.
Nah, it's fine. I don't mind them joining me.
Yeah, I don't mind either. It's okay.
Now, we obviously have like intricate call signs.
It's true. It's true. Becoming a real team.
Redmond and Diana.
A real team without a name. Yes, so Ileena, you're in the basement. You see all of the stuff that everybody else has seen at this point. Yes, and it is oddly cold down here. You wouldn't sense that. Redmond would sense that. You wouldn't sense that because you can't tell temperatures like that anymore because you don't have skin.
Exactly. I don't have skin. I'm just cold metal, wood and ceramic. And that is my turn. And I think that was all my movement.
Yeah.
So,
That would bring us to Rory and Ireena. So Rory and Ireena, you know that everybody ran through the window. You know that there's an area going upwards. You've heard a bunch of broken windows. And yeah, you probably wouldn't have seen the little twig blight grab the bottle, but you did hear somebody calling commands out.
Yeah, I mean, I know someone's going on. Question actually.
Yes.
Did they sound like they were on the ground floor behind the door? Where the
Pretty high up. Pretty high up.
Okay, they were above.
Higher level.
Carrying Ireena was half moving, right?
Yeah.
And it is like 5 feet up for the next floor.
Yep, if you want to fly. There's also a set of stairs here if you want to just head up the stairs.
Oh, you're right. But they lead to the left and they need to go to the right.
It's true.
Let me see.
So you want to head back in here and fly up to the balcony is what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get in here, flap to the balcony, go through this door up here.
Yeah,
Whatever.
you could absolutely bonus action dash to get up there.
Yeah. So first I'm gonna look at Ireena. You're gonna be fine. The Lord protects us. And we will be fine. Then she's like, alright, I have this. And then she speaks a prayer on Rory.
All right. She does this prayer. Yes.
And then I'm gonna go here with her and like hold on tight, my dear.
Yep.
And then
She holds on tight.
big swing of the wings. Go here.
Mhm.
Because actually she can go first. This is getting complicated. And I feel like
Yep.
this would be bullshit if it was just 2 random characters and not the 2 of them that are like super insane.
Mm-hmm.
This is my reason for switching around instead of having one move first and then the other. So, Ireena is going to go through this door.
Yep. She can see that the twig blight is trying to run away with this bottle.
Well,
Additionally, yes, there is there's a winch and a crane with a big rope and a pulley to it. In addition, across the way, you can see a fancy-looking druid with a antler headdress, and in his hands is a long, twisted, and gnarled black staff. This black staff is leaking blood, and as soon as he sees you, or as soon as he sees Ireena, he is going to shout some words in Druidic and point desperately at the twig blight, shouting at it to do something.
so I'm guessing nothing happens with that yet, so
Not their turns yet. But yes.
smack the twig blade once.
Alright. That hits the twig blade. It goes down, dropping its bottle.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm guessing the bottle is like not broken or anything.
That's a very good question. Why don't you roll a d100?
Oh no.
If it's below 33, it's smashed.
Larger.
There you go, it's smashed. So I'm going to need you and Ireena to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Not great. Ireena is
A 3?
most likely instantly drunk. And Rory could have been either.
A 2. Alright, so this is just fumes. This is mainly an ingested poison, but you are going to take some poison damage and you're going to be poisoned for 1 minute.
Shit, that is a disadvantage.
So that's going to be 4 poison damage on both of you, and you are poisoned for a minute.
So that's basically disadvantage on mainly more or less everything, right?
And then, as we move into the bad guys' turns, I think, since we're 15 minutes over... Oh, I'm sorry.
Not done yet.
This will be the last thing for this week.
Ireena still has her movement because she only moved like 5 feet through the door.
Sorry. Thank you.
Gonna move. I feel like there's something wrong with this turn because she feels like way too much. Gonna use her short sword. Then
Okay.
disadvantage to around 15.
It has Barkskin up, which means its AC is 13, I think, so that should still hit.
Wasn't Buxton 16? Wait, no, that was.
I don't remember.
Yeah, Bart can. Or.
It is 16. Yeah, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Borkskin.
Stone skin gives you resistance with his ability.
I should put a marker down for that. Boom. Barkskin.
Is gonna. I don't know how far she can get. I kind of don't want to be too.
Yeah, she had to... pick up her. She had half movement 'cause she was carrying Ireena, which means she would have bonus action to dash up here and still be able to take an action.
She's in here. Well, she will be staying on top of things, I guess. She's already talking.
Um,
You can't just tell
well, you could use your action to move, or you can take a
No,
shot.
I don't. Nah, I close.
Are the fumes lingering effects?
No, it's a one-time thing. It dissipates. This is just when it's smashed, you got to waft this stuff up in your faces.
It's sad I don't get my sneak attack.
I'm very grateful.
Because it means that your boss doesn't get one shot.
Yeah.
But I will smack the thing with... Well, there you go.
24 will certainly hit. That's 26 damage.
I would have done the... could have been so good. Anyway,
He is still standing, but you hit him real good, and he glows from within, and he curses in Sylvan.
That was Michael, that guy, but that one.
Okay, then we will leave it there for this week. Thank you so much.